Yo, 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 yo! Oh my gosh, VO Dio Peepo, how is you-o? You know what? Is it still... Why does it feel darker in here than it should? You son of a bitch. Alright, let me see what this is about. Let me see what this is about. You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! You didn't have to cut me off. Yeah, that's annoying. Sorry. Wow. Ugh. There we go. There we go. There we go. Who's sleeping? You're sleeping? Psh. What an idiot. Let's just choke on everything. Better get in there before the time. Let me check it. 5. Oh, I'm good. Tomorrow's the next. Okay, cool. Yeah, me too. I'm a big sleeper. I'm getting down with the sleepness. We got a bunch to catch up on. I have held off on some stuff. Unfortunately, one of them is short, but it's fine. But who is he starting to look like? Oh, he's starting to look like an Ewok. That's what it is. That's what it is. Incredible. Oh, man. Hold on. Let me see if she ever got back to me. I actually... Yeah? Hold on. I got something for you. It's dumb. But I was pleased about it. And I knew that there was a right way to do it, and I wanted to kind of see if she was smart enough. Gosh dang it. If I was really being perfectionist, it would have been gray. But then I was like, well, she sees it one way. We'll see how this goes. I did it like immediately coming out of the shower. I'm like, what I really needed to do was fucking remake the bubble, which I started doing, and I'm like, no. We're going to do it this way. But what I would have done, because I'm an insane person, is I would have remade the bubble, found the font, chosen the colors, blah, 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 and boom. Done it right. It's fine. So yeah, we got some Billy Mitchell, which I've been waiting on some good news from him. I wonder what he's doing. Let's see. What am I missing? I'm not getting messages on some stuff. Okay, Bob. Yeah, we're gonna do another. Oh yeah. Let me do that up now. Let me see if I can find the end of that movie. You did not have to cut me off. Is it calling me a podcast? It tried to. Let's see. I have two things I want to peep. Wow, just like disp. My hours are up, which is great. I figure we'll get there. We'll get there. Let me see. It's not counting them here yet. Yeah, my public watch hours have gone down on this tracker. For whatever reason, I don't know. It's not up to this day though, because it's a little wiener. But that's fine. I started getting April Fool's videos already, which is such balarkey. I hate it. I hate it. Okay, there was something else. Something else, something else. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, I know what I'm missing. You didn't have to cut me off. Yay, community posts. Let's see if this works. No, that's not right. Ura hora. Ura hora. What's Ura hora? I know it's a shiraishi. Wow. Came out in 2008. And we just now have some kind of information about it. You're such a bitch. Bro, I gotta get that Evangelion Limited. It's one of those things I can't miss. It's one of those things I can't miss. Yeah. I don't want it to disappear. I don't want it to disappear. It does look like Urahora's online. It's gone. It's fucking gone. Shice. I need to start downloading these. Honto. Noroi. There's Urahora. Yokai Kidan. Okay, I'm gonna have to send this to myself. Uh-oh. I don't see video in that. Did he remove all the video? Did Google remove all the video? You little bitch. Anyway, people popping in. Hang on, we're gonna catch up with Billy in just a moment. Well, it was out there. Shit. Let me find it again. There's another movie of his that I'm trying to find. Hora, 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 hora. Go, 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 go. Nope. Shit. Da, 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 da. Yeah, it looks like people have been on a mission for this one for a bit. machine generated subtitles. Fuck. Why does this get taken down? I'm gonna have to download this from fucking YouTube. I think he released Ura Hora. It's all gone. Let me try Nico. I'll find you. I'll find you, you son of a bitch. I'll find you. Nothing. This happens every time I go to look into his stuff because it's just gone. Why was that removed though is the question. Hearts, 100. Okay. I know that this is supposed to have multiple shorts in a particular order. And I'm not finding it. What up, what up? Toot toot! What's happening, man? Yeah, this is whack. What the fuck? You just rotten. Did you eat all your cuppy cakes? Yeah, this sucks. I should be in that Koji subreddit. Nope, wrong place. Nope. I'm looking for something. Hang on. Where's this fucker's face? Don't tell me I left that Discord. Where's his face? There it is. Got you. Hell yeah, dude. Time to get fucking skinny. So I found one of those movies I was looking for. No subs. Still no subs. Nico, maybe on archive. Occult, Hellgirl, Sadako. Cult. I don't see Uda. There it is. It's on archive. Maybe. Doesn't mean it's in English. Hmm. I'm almost done with this. Oh, these pages are down. None of these lasted very long. It's fine. Whatever. Whatever. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I'm going to have to start downloading some of these just because they're getting tough to find. All right, let's see what's up with the...
Legends. Back in January...
My surround sound is up like all the way. See what's up with
January, conman of the century Billy Mitchell settled his defamation lawsuit against the video game record keeper Twin Galaxies. And since that time, I've been having an existential crisis. I mean, without the Billy Mitchell vs. Twin Galaxies legal battle, what am I supposed to make videos on? I have built my entire channel around Billy Mitchell. My financial future was dependent on Billy getting destroyed in court so that I could make 2 videos a month making fun of him for the next 20 years. When the lawsuit settled out of court, my life was basically ruined. I thought I was going to have to quit YouTube and actually get a job. It's been rough, man. It's been really rough. But just as I was at my lowest point, as I was putting the finishing touches on my resume, a miracle happened. Billy returned, and Billy is pissed. Apparently Billy is really upset at Twin Galaxies, and now he's taking even more legal action against them. Yes, the Billy and Twin Galaxies saga is still going. According to Billy, Twin Galaxies has breached the settlement agreement, and Billy wants the court to intervene. On top of that, Billy is crying to the judge about me. Yes, me. According to Billy, there is a big conspiracy between me and Twin Galaxies to take him down. It is absolutely unhinged. What's really funny is that despite me having nothing to do with the Billy Mitchell and Twin Galaxies legal battle, Billy has been obsessively ranting about me in that lawsuit for almost a year. Billy sued Twin Galaxies for statements they made in 2018. This is years before I ever made my first video about Billy. It has absolutely nothing to do with me whatsoever. But Billy is a man-child who can't help himself but whinge and complain to the court whenever I talk about him. He's like a toddler who runs and cries to his mummy whenever another kid does something he doesn't like. It's pathetic. In today's video, we will take a look at Billy's most recent legal action against Twin Galaxies. I really hope you enjoy. Now, legends, I hope you've been looking after yourselves. Yes, we are nerds, but we aren't those old cliche nerds that smell bad and have disgusting hair. We look good, we smell good, and women love us. And when it comes to looking and smelling good, you can't beat today's sponsor, Geology, the best in skin, hair, and body care. Personally, my skin is super oily, so I need to use Geology's everyday face wash or my face looks and feels gross. Plus, I use their nourishing eye cream because I have massive black eyes from not getting enough sleep. But if you have problems with acne or dry skin, Geology is perfect for that too. Plus, they have a whole range of products including body washes, deodorants, and hair shampoos and conditioners.
I'm
and
only
they all
letting the
smell
ad play
incredible.
because I'm looking for...
The process is super simple. Just take the 30-second quiz and Geology will send a
Subtitles of
personalized routine
something.
right to your door. And right now you can get 100% off your first order. Yes, that is a free trial of their award-winning skincare routine. All you need to pay is the $4.95 shipping. This is an amazing offer, plus they will give you an additional 50% off an extra product of your choice. Just click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen and use code CarlJobs100. When Billy initially settled with Twin Galaxies back in January, I made a video titled, "Billy Mitchell Lost His Lawsuit." I know a lot of people felt like this was cope, and I get it. Yes, Billy didn't officially lose, and we all know that if the case went to trial, Billy would have been destroyed, so he definitely dodged a bullet. But in my opinion, he's still lost. I can assure you that he didn't spend 5 years suing Twin Galaxies just so that he could be part of some historical database, remain banned, and not even have Twin Galaxies make a retraction. It was a joke.
The quality's off. Hold on, I have to grab this on this other computer. I know we're in the middle of it, but this is importante. Down, down, down. You didn't have to cut me off. Please be seeding this. 1. Ugh. Ugh. Okay.
Waste of
Billy
time.
Viscera, I hope he was
In my
good.
opinion,
Hope all
Billy
y'all's
or
is
his
good.
lawyers knew he had no chance of winning, and they just wanted to get out of the lawsuit with something, anything, so they could try and claim it wasn't a total failure. That's why after the settlement, Billy immediately started lying as he normally does and tried to spin it as if he won. He claimed that all of his records were reinstated, which is not what happened. As we talked about in my last video, his scores went up to a historical database, a kind of Wayback Machine that showed the ranks as they were in 2014, before the new owner Jace Hall bought Twin Galaxies. This historical rankings even still includes fraudsters like Todd Rogers, so if your scores go back up to the historical database, it really means absolutely nothing. Billy even got community noted on his Twitter post, and after getting destroyed in the replies, he set his Twitter back to private because his feelings got too hurt. Even though Billy was trying to say publicly he won, I knew there was no way he was actually happy with the result, and his recent filings seem to show that I was right. Now, a lot of these filings have been heavily redacted because the terms of the settlement are confidential, but I think we can still have a pretty good guess about what he's unhappy with based on what we can read. The motion itself is called a motion to enforce settlement, which means that Billy thinks Twin Galaxies didn't do what they said they would do in the settlement. The motion talks about the statement Twin Galaxies made on January 16, and says that the pertinent part is the sentence where Twin Galaxies says, "Twin Galaxies shall heretofore reinstate all of Mr. Mitchell's scores as part of the official historical database on Twin Galaxies' website." So we know it has something to do with his scores being reinstated. It then says that Twin Galaxies breached the settlement agreement because Jace Hall sent me an email. The email here is redacted for some reason, but I have the actual email, and it just contained answers to these 3 questions. It says that Twin Galaxies hasn't changed its mind, Billy's scores aren't going up to the main leaderboards, and that Billy is still banned. Based on these answers, it appears as though Billy either thought his scores were going up to the main leaderboards, or he thought he was going to be unbanned, which of course didn't happen. I have no idea how Billy could be confused as to where his scores were going. I mean, he even reposted the statement saying they were just going up to a historical database. So if he was confused about this, he's just an idiot. I'm more leaning towards the idea that Billy hates the fact that Twin Galaxies said he was still banned, and maybe he thought the settlement included something saying that he wasn't banned. In any case, it seems like he is now crying to the judge, trying to get them to force Twin Galaxies to either put his scores back up to the main leaderboards or to get him unbanned. He is such a sad, petty man that he just can't let this go. On one hand, it sucks that this guy is so obsessed and so pathetic that he wastes all of this time with legal action over video game high scores. But on the other hand, I am kind of glad that this train wreck continues to unfold, because life is just so much more interesting when Billy is making a fool out of himself. On top of this, he has come up with this crazy conspiracy theory that I'm in cahoots with Twin Galaxies and we are working together to destroy his reputation. They claim that my video came out too soon after the Twin Galaxies statement, and because it came out too soon, this means that Twin Galaxies and I were working together. Their evidence for this is that I was awake at 3:30 in the morning. Apparently, I should have been asleep at this time, so the fact that I was still up proves that I was conspiring with Twin Galaxies. This is extremely funny if you know anything about my sleeping habits. Anyone who is in my Discord knows that I'm always staying up until ungodly hours. I mean, I'm a huge nerd. That's pretty much standard. It is true that my video came out pretty quickly after the Twin Galaxies statement, but that's because a lot of the video was already made before the statement even happened. I didn't know the specific details of the settlement beforehand, but if you really listen to what I said in the video, a lot of it was generic. We already knew they settled almost a full week earlier, and Billy's creep expert Michael Zyder was boasting on Facebook on the same day of the settlement about how his magical one-page report was the thing that made them settle. A report that he posted on his website before the Twin Galaxies statement was made public. Of course, I figured a statement was going to be made after news of the settlement broke, so I did everything to ensure I was ready to release a video as soon as possible. I am the Billy Mitchell guy. I've been covering this story for years, so I pumped it out as quickly as I could. I've been making YouTube videos as my job for over half a decade, and it's hilarious that Billy Mitchell and his moron lawyer
he looks like a
thinks
fucking
they know
Ewok,
more about
dude.
making videos than me. But this is what they always do. They just make up some
I don't know why I
crazy
wasn't full
fairy
screened on
tale
that.
and then assert it to the judge like it has any merit, when almost all of the time it's just complete nonsense. They literally provide no evidence. They just assert that I can't make a video that quickly, and therefore it's a conspiracy. The motion reads, "What is clear is that while negotiating settlement with plaintiff, defendant was secretly conspiring with Mr. Jobs to further damage plaintiff's reputation. As such, it is necessary for the court to order defendant to comply with the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement." I have no idea what they are going on about. Billy Mitchell is just a psycho-obsessed, washed-up cheating hack who gets triggered every time I release a video about him, and because he has the emotional maturity of a toddler, he always throws a tantrum by taking more legal action. The motion reads, "As there is no way to claw back the breach, especially considering Twin Galaxies itself posted on its website, and Jobs' YouTube video already has 888,000 views as of March 7,
That's not even me, man. That's just
2024,
YouTube, I
the
think.
only remedy and cure is for the court to permit plaintiff to publish the language in the settlement agreement. Furthermore, defendant should be ordered to post a clarification as to its comment on its website under the public statement that makes it clear that XYZ. So Billy wants some of the settlement to go public. I assume because he feels like Twin Galaxies is lying in its public statements, and Billy thinks the settlement terms will redeem him. It also asks the court to force Twin Galaxies to make another comment that clarifies the comment it made under its original statement. This comment is the exact same one as the email that Jay sent me. So Billy is asking Twin Galaxies to clarify something here. It's hard to imagine this clarification would relate to his high scores going up to the main leaderboards, because they didn't, and that's just a fact. There is no clarification needed. But
He's
if
doing
Billy
the lip
believes
thing.
he should have been
Why does he do
unbanned,
that?
then the statement where Twin Galaxies
It was so fucking weird hearing it.
said he was still banned is definitely something he could want Twin Galaxies to change or clarify. It's obviously a terrible look for
I
Billy,
saw that
and
shit.
it completely destroys his narrative if he's still banned. And I'm sure that he would love to have Twin Galaxies publicly say that he was not banned, which he
that
could
was in my
then
feed
use
too.
to argue that he never cheated in the first place. Billy is also crying because Twin Galaxies is selling merchandise that shows the difference between arcade and MAME, which is just hilarious. And according to the motion, Billy paid $9,000 to submit this most recent action, which is again simply pathetic.
Unbelievable.
Even if Billy wins, what does he think will happen? Does he expect the public to welcome him back with open arms just because a judge says that Twin Galaxies has to unban him and reinstate his scores? We all know for a fact he cheated. I don't see any future where any of this legal action ends up being worth it. And you best believe, if the judge comes back and says Billy is wrong, I'm just going to talk about him again, and he's just going to end up looking looking even more like a tool. I really can't wait to see what the judge says. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Whack. I was hoping it was more than that. I really wish this lady didn't totally disappear off the fucking face of Earth. Unbelievable. Yeah, Diddy's a hoe. He's a hoe ass. Let's do some more Mr. Manticore. I want to finish that playlist. I think that's doable vibe-wise. And then we'll switch over to, because it's already fucking midnight. We'll start getting into that other stuff that I wanted to fiddle with. Let me see if there's anything else out there lurking on the hell webs. Are you done? Oh, that was fast as fuck, boy.
Hello, you absolute.
Oh, shut up. I'm dying. I'm dying. Man, he's been busy. Did he post a video update? Nope, he didn't. He will. His views have kind of stagnated. He's got a couple. It's weird. It's weird, it's weird, it's weird, it's weird. Are we ready for the Dean democracy? If not, yell. Yell at me. Yeah, okay. Let me finish this real quick. Do my thing. Oh, I'm super duper hyped for that other movie. And I have a couple of other weird rare things that he's done. I am in a subreddit just for the director of Noroi. You know, I used to have a fucking GIF from this thing, and now it's not showing. Okay. Excellent. 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 What? Why? What is wrong with your children, Sean? Oh, God. My phone's been exploding and I didn't even notice it. Stop yelling at me. You need to beat them more. That's what it is, Sean. You need to hit them more. Okay, Alcatraz attack, which was a great video. It's a great video. Pretty subtle. I mean, it says a lot. Everything gets fucked up. And he continues the Alcatraz thing even up until the last couple of months. So I'm curious to see where that's gone. Also, my hands are dry. I haven't been moisturizing, and I think that's how I've been like lotioning my hands is through moisturizing my face. All right. Dean Democracy, let's go. 37th president.
During a program of ABC Evening News, anchor Peter Jennings told viewers to
First. Thank you guys for following me over here. But also, I saw that there was a community post for for Midwest Angelica. And I guess I don't know if it was just them feeling self-conscious about their art or if people complained but they made a post about the voice acting being off in Babylon. And he says, "Hey folks, as some of you pointed out, the voice acting seems to be a bit off on the latest episode, Babylon. To be completely clear, that's because I, Angel Tempo, did all of the voice acting and then used what is essentially an AI-powered voice changer to change the voices. Now I know AI is a very dirty word in creative spaces, and for good reason. Completely against AI visual art. Think the use of stolen work for training data is at the very least morally wrong. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't really hear a problem with it. It was more, I don't know. It seemed fine. I was fine with it. He's just finding that he's struggling with having like no budget. I don't know. I guess I got to go listen to it again. I was going to leave a comment on this and talk to him. I think I follow him on Twitter and I think he follows me maybe. I don't know. I didn't see an issue with it. Yeah, I guess I got to listen to it again. I did say yesterday that I sort of zoned out to some of that. So maybe it was less the issue of how it sounded and more I don't know. I may have just been in a weird headspace. It may not have anything to do with the art itself. But I thought it was fine. I mean, I thought it was fine. Can you come here, chapstick? God damn it, thank you. I did recognize that it felt different, though. But I thought it was a positive change. I thought it felt like the series was just generally growing. How many people replied to this? Okay. I'm gonna yell at him now. God damn it. And then we'll deem democracy. Okay. There we go. Boom. There we go. Sorry.
Forward to next week for a special broadcast of national significance. Jennings would continue to remind viewers of the special broadcast over the next...
God damn it. Fucking, let me fix the subtitles because they're awful. I don't know why they keep changing. It's like I'm hitting the shortcuts and I don't know what the shortcuts are. Like if I'm typing on the wrong computer, because I switched my keyboard over to this computer and then to the one that I'm streaming from. And I guess it's that, but I don't know what the shortcuts are to change them. Maybe it like changes it to a default or something.
During a program of ABC Evening News, anchor Peter Jennings told viewers to look forward to next week for a special broadcast of national significance. Jennings would continue to remind viewers of the special broadcast over the next 7 nights, even referring to it at one point as the most unprecedented announcement in recent history. A week after its first mention, Jennings reminded viewers of the special broadcast one last time, asking them to pay attention later that night for an exclusive look at the greatest gift to the American people. Due to the anticipation built over the week, over 60 million Americans tuned into ABC, waiting for the evening news to end and for the special broadcast to begin. There were countless theories as to what would occur, from the announcement of alien life to the declaration of an all-out nuclear war. Speculation was brewing intensely. Once the evening news program ended, a black screen with a 10-second countdown commenced with the title Dean Democracy. Some viewers, so terrified of the threat of nuclear war, reportedly experienced nervous breakdowns and ran down the street, declaring that Dean Democracy was the code name for an all-out nuclear holocaust. Yet once the countdown ended, all fears were soon replaced with tears of joy and an excitement not seen since the end of World War II.
What are we waiting for? Let's bring them back home.
In the seconds following James Dean's presidential announcement, hundreds of thousands of neighborhoods erupted into celebration. Although other candidates had promised to end the Vietnam War, none had so accurately expressed the same anger that they had felt, which Dean had perfectly conveyed in a 15-second broadcast. Due to popular demand, the ABC Evening News was canceled the next night, replaced by a 30-minute loop of James Dean's presidential announcement. The broadcast was watched again by over 38 million Americans, and the parties continued for the rest of the week.
It's so insane.
Due to repeated assassination attempts on Robert Kennedy, the Democratic Party presidential debates were canceled for the 1968 election season. However, this proved to be no issue for Dean, as polls indicated that he was in the lead for the entirety of 1967 and 1968, despite having had fewer public appearances and rallies than any other candidate. The strength of his campaign relied on the powerful advertisements he directed that would air every Friday evening on ABC. The series of programs would be considered by many as another weekly TV series, and went on to become the highest-rated TV show on television after the conclusion of Star Trek in 1967. Although a presidential debate was eventually scheduled 2 weeks before the election, James Dean instead invited opponent Richard Nixon to a track to race cars on the same night. Although reluctant at first, Nixon eventually agreed and went to spend the entire day with Dean, reportedly even telling the actor, "To hell with it, I'm voting for you. You're already a better president than I'll ever be." This statement, although only a rumor, would spread like wildfire in tabloids and permanently curbed Nixon's chance for victory. On the morning of November 1st, 1968, 4 days before Election Day, anti-Dean groups hijacked radio channels and told civilians they were fed up with James Dean and that television was ruining American youth. After the broadcast, the groups went on to cut hundreds of power lines in the southeast, effectively preventing any of Dean's presidential ads from reaching any household below Tennessee. Dean quickly heard of the incident and, despite the risk of an assassination, flew down to the south and quickly went to work with local electricians to repair the broken power lines. James Dean would be met with a supportive crowd, primarily younger voters who were eager to see a younger face back in the White House. Elderly white conservatives, often the parents of the younger supporters, remained in their houses and occasionally peered through their window blinds to catch a glimpse of the handsome candidate. Although it wasn't known to Dean at the time, hate groups in the South had perpetuated the idea that he was Satan in disguise, and cited his good looks and his love for jazz as being clear signs of the devil.
James Dean is no man.
Elderly white conservatives in the Southeast would be the only demographic unfazed by his campaign, yet Dean continued to travel from state to state, repairing power lines for 4 days straight until the very morning of the election. On November 5, 1968, James Dean received 75% of the popular vote with 395 electoral votes. Nixon congratulated Dean in a phone call the following morning, but Dean refused to acknowledge the win and instead asked to race cars again at the track. On January 20th, 1969, James Dean held his inaugural address at the official Capitol Raceway. Although presidents in the past had speeches that were typically around 20 minutes, Dean spoke for less than a minute.
I have a speech, and it has the flotsam that you people expect to hear. But that's not fair. No, that's not fair at all. I'm here for all of you. It's only fair that you speak for yourselves. My words shouldn't be louder than yours. So I brought many other guests to speak. They're just people like you and I. In the same time that many other presidents have spoken by themselves, America will speak. Thank you.
Dean proceeded to introduce many groups to the microphone, including civil rights activists and Native American families. Martin Luther King Jr. would also come forward to speak in his first appearance since an attempt on his life 9 months prior. President Dean would conclude the inauguration with a brief bongo performance and went on to race Richard Nixon at the track. In subsequent presidential inaugurations, those who disagreed with the elected president would instead celebrate Dean Democracy Day and protested by watching Dean's unique take on the address in place of the actual one. In a televised address, President Dean planned to inform Americans of his first 90 days in office. However, 6 seconds into the broadcast, the audio cut out and remained absent for the remainder of the speech. Although anti-Dean groups claimed responsibility and took pride in the sabotage, many civilians claimed that it benefited the president. The silent broadcast highlighted President Dean's sincere facial expressions and lively disposition, as opposed to the stern and stiff personalities of prior administrations. Viewers were proud to see a man in his prime at the most important position in the country. Ironically, President Dean's popularity grew after the technical difficulty, and film director Stanley Kubrick went on to call the broadcast the greatest silent film ever made.
It's so silly, but at the same time, it is incredibly eerie. Especially following the Alcatraz thing. And this is from the same season. Let's give credits to the voice actress. Thank you, Molly Chen. Thank you, Lev. Is that on my screen? It is. What the hell is that? So the order here is different. It's different than the upload order, I mean, but this is how he made the playlist, so... It's fucking... It's oddly creepy. Hey, excuse me.
I was a Lincoln Looker for 2 weeks. It was terrifying. One moment you're at home answering the door, and the next you're stuck in some kind of suit. The smell was awful in there, and the metal seat was so cold. The only thing you can do is look through 2 little holes. It was some kind of mask, and whenever the sun shined near, I could see the inside of it. It was a familiar face. Every few nights, straws would be put through the holes, and someone would feed me some weird soup. After 2 weeks, they found out that they had misidentified me, and I wasn't the correct Lincoln Looker. Reagan apologized to me personally, and I was released with some monetary compensation. They don't care if I talk about it or not. No one would take me seriously. Lincoln Looking is just too absurd.
There's always that someone that we dislike more than everyone else. Not usually famous or important, but you've done something that's affected us personally. Often you're the only person who remembers this act. It may not have been that bad, but memory hurts. Everyone experiences this, and the president is no exception. Except he can do something about it. Every president can choose one person to be a Lincoln Looker. After their alibi is fabricated, the person is abducted from their home, and they stay a Lincoln Looker for as long as the president sits in office. Nobody can question his decision, and it's no trial. You might be surprised, but it's nothing new. It's been a tradition. Lincoln Lookers have been around for a very long time.
Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
Hey, Eunice. It's Howard. I don't know what I just saw. I was at the top of the steps, reading the inscriptions and talking to visitors, when I started to hear a faint scratching sound. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I got close to the chair, I realized that the scratching was coming from inside the marble. So I went to a guard and asked whether she could do anything about animals that could be trapped in there. She told me not to worry about it, and that they'd take care of it once there were fewer visitors. A few minutes passed, and the scratching became much louder. I went back to the guard and asked what kind of animals usually got stuck in there, and she said, wild animals. The sound started to make visitors anxious. I remember one boy pulling so hard at his mother's hand, begging to leave. A blind girl with one of those canes went up to the chair and pressed her head against it to listen. Then she started crying. Her parents tried to pull her away, but she just began to hit the chair with her cane. That's when the guards asked everyone to go back down the steps. I don't know why, and it's going to sound crazy, but I felt compelled to help. So I went to the blind girl and joined her in hitting the marble. The guards tried to pin us down, but the scratching became too loud for even them. It sounded like someone was shaving down a chalkboard. Eventually the marble began to crack, and a few more hits caused the crevice to expand all the way to the top of the chair. There was a sudden burst of air from the damage, and the head suddenly turned toward us. I was afraid it would fall, so I picked the girl up and went down a few steps. The head slowly rotated back into place, and when it started to be pushed upwards, I took out my camera. It was no wild animal.
That's so ridiculous. Goodness gracious. Make sure this is the next one. Yep.
The forest fell swiftly as the lumberjack swung, except for the special tree, which could not be stung. She missed her friends and the hymns they sung, so she started a tune that broke the man's lung.
This is the first one. This is the very first of any of it. And I think he had separated it into seasons, like after the fact. I'm not sure how connected he intended all of this to be. Because look at that, 7 years ago. And then, I don't know, I mean, he dropped these in pretty rapid succession. And it's up until... Yeah, see, it's weird that there's this teaser when this is the beginning of it. So I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna do all of it little by little. Because I would love to catch up on this. Some of it gets really ridiculous. And some of it doesn't seem connected, but it all starts to kind of come together. There's a patch of videos, and it may be here, maybe starting here, that I need to really focus on because it starts to get very lore heavy, I suppose. Those pops are ridiculous. The special tree. I know somebody that's like oddly a huge fan of Lincoln. I need to send him that video. And that's spread out over just a long enough period of time that people may not notice the disappearances. More stuff on the infection, like on Mount Rushmore. Dope. Thought it was 20. But this is clearly 19. So who's the 20th? I think we need to keep that in mind. Man, that was just so good. Yeah, it's the same photos as far as I can remember. It doesn't say. Fuck. I might have to start taking notes on this. Might have to start taking some notes on this. Let me see. No, have it type better. You son of a bitch. Washington. Okay.
An accidental discovery made by two fishermen has sent shockwaves across the nation. Around 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve, Ralph Grassman and Michael Tillman were reeling in their last batch of catfish when something on the ice caught their eye. It looked like a bicorn, one of those hats from way back when, said Grassman, the other of the two who had also organized the trip. Grassman walked down the ice to retrieve the hat. When he pulled back the hat from the ice, he tumbled back in shock at the sight of a human scalp, partially exposed in the ice. Tillman walked over and after a brief discussion with Grassman, agreed to remove the rest of the body from the ice. The effort took several hours, but by 10 p.m. the fishermen were able to pull the entire body from the ice with no further damage. Although both men had presumed that the individual was already dead for some time, Tim exclaimed in shock when he reportedly saw the individual's eyelid twitch. Grassman suggested to immediately take the body home in an attempt to revive the frozen man. They proceeded to carry it back to Grassman's apartment. They laid the body in a full bathtub, gradually raising the water's temperature throughout the night to prevent shock. Grassman claims to have learned this technique from a pulp magazine he had read as a child. At 2 a.m. the following morning, Tillman claimed that an individual briefly regained consciousness and shouted, "Victory or death," while Grassman rested in the living room. By 7 a.m. the frozen individual appeared to have relapsed into a deep coma, which prompted Grassman to phone the local authorities. And that's why he hadn't called medical personnel earlier. Grassman told reporters that he didn't want to risk the lives of the first responders, who had been driving on slippery roads in the dark. Shortly after being phoned, paramedics arrived and rushed the frozen man to the Delaware State Hospital. Throughout the experience, both fishermen thought that the individual's face seemed vaguely familiar. It was only when Tillman pulled out a dollar bill that the connection was fully made. When we first dug him out, we moved his clothes so that we could carry him more easily. The clothes weighed a ton because they were completely frozen over. By then, if we saw the clothes without ice, then we could have no doubt that we dug out George Washington. Although Delaware State Hospital has declined to comment on the identity and the condition of the man, Grassman brought the bicone hat from the previous day to the Delaware History Museum, where historians confirm to be an authentic piece from the 18th century. The validation raised more questions than answers, as further research revealed that no Washington reenactors or artifacts have been reported missing. Grassman believes that the man he dug out from the ice is the true George Washington, and that the former president had become gravely ill while crossing the Delaware River. Grassman claims that the imminent death of Washington could have been devastating to the war effort, so his condition was likely kept secret by having a double acting as the president until 1797. And asked for an explanation to why the body had been found so far from the site of the battle, Grassman replied, "He either drifted away or his men purposely planted it far away so that no one could find it." During Saturday's morning press conference, President Dean shared his thoughts on the discovery in 2 words. "I'm surprised."
I don't know why this works for me so much. Okay, I think this is where it started to overwhelm me a little bit, and I lost some of the details here. But also, I had been on like 20 hours of watching analog horror, so...
During the first winter of the center's construction, the workers set up a Christmas tree just outside the entrance. It was an uncanny sight to see a green fir stand in the middle of what appeared to be a no-man's land. But this tree, humbly ordained with strings of cranberries, buttons, and tin cans, greatly affected me. It demonstrated that even in the darkest of times, the American people will light the beacons of hope. I thought it could be the start of a great and inspiring tradition, so I traveled north to Babylon in search of a Christmas tree for the following year.
For 12 days and 12 nights, Mr. Rockefeller looked for the best tree in the forest. "How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller?" No, it's much too short." "How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller?" No, it's much too tall." "How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller?" No, it's much too average." Mr. Rockefeller soon feared that he would leave empty-handed. Then, on the 12th night, just as he was packing up his stuff, Mr. Rockefeller heard the sweetest tune in the air. It sounded as though the very wind itself had fallen in love. He and his men followed the song and found themselves at the base of a very, very special tree. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? It's perfect. For the rest of the night, the men swung their axes at the special tree. Chop, chop, chop. However, when the sun rose, the tree was still standing. Their axes had left no marks at all. Mr. Rockefeller was surprised. The next day, Mr. Rockefeller and his men laid 100 sticks of dynamite around the tree. 3, 2, 1, boom! Yet, the special tree continued to stand. Mr. Rockefeller was surprised. So Mr. Rockefeller decided to hire the best team of grave diggers to take the tree out of the ground. After a week of digging, they told Mr. Rockefeller, "The tree will be out in 3 years at this rate." Mr. Rockefeller was surprised, but he decided to let the grave diggers work. He would pick the next 3 best trees for the next 3 Christmases. But by the 4th year, the special tree was ready to display.
This is a big one. Yeah, this is a big one. Okay, let's pause real quick. Let's get back to display of that. Let me refresh this. Oldest. The order seems right now. I think the only thing that was out of order was that Lincoln Looker was after Dean Democracy. No, it was shit. This, oh god damn it, Havoc, you can literally just look here now that you've got them memorized. Yeah, look at that. Liberty Lurker, Rushmore Revenge, Alcatraz, Dean Democracy, Air Force One Angel, Lincoln Looker. And then I think the rest is good. Rockefeller, Canyon Crown, Freedom Faller. Yeah, look at that. So that's all normal. Recollection of the tragedy, let's go.
For the last 2 years, I have seldom mentioned the tragedy that occurred at the center. Many have taken offense at my silence, claiming it to be the result of a desensitization to workplace accidents. Indeed, I have seen enough accidents in 3 lifetimes, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened at the center. For some time now, my friends have blamed the center's original construction workers for the tragedy, since it was their very own Christmas tree that had started the whole tradition. But the truth is that their tree brought joy and wonder to the public. It was my tree, and my tree alone, that brought about the unprecedented loss.
On a cold December morning in Midtown Manhattan, Rockefeller's men slowly raised the special tree. Heave ho! Heave ho! Heave ho! By the afternoon, the special tree stood tall and still. It was unlike any other tree, having no color, branches, or leaves. The mayor of New York, Mr. Guardia, thought that the tree was too bare and asked for branches to be added so that ornaments could be hung. Mr. Rockefeller didn't agree. He thought the tree was perfect, just the way it was. But since Mayor Guardia had been one of his best friends, Mr. Rockefeller told his men to glue some branches on. I, Virginia, watched as the men placed branches on the special tree. I had saved my money for over 9 months to purchase a little star ornament because I wanted to be the very first person to decorate the Rockefeller Christmas tree. It laid in my pocket while I watched because I planned to hang my ornament as soon as the tree was standing. After the final branch had been added and all the men left, I quickly ran up to the tree. But to my astonishment, the lowest branch of the tree was over twice my height. I jumped as high as I could, but still, The lowest branch was out of my reach.
Sparta, what is happening? So this tree looks like the tree from this one. Let's see if we can see it before it was built. I don't think it's the same tree. Yeah, it just got this real simple look to it.
I was very disappointed. I wanted to be the very first person to decorate the tree, but now I had no chance. Unless I called my friends. At once, I began counting my friends on my fingers. There was Helen, Charles, Elizabeth, Alice, Joseph, Elsie, Orville, Edith, Olive, and Philip. 10 friends that I could ask for help. Then I realized that 10 friends standing on each other's shoulders could put me at the very top of the Christmas tree. My star could be the first and the tallest. Without a second to spare, I ran from door to door asking for help. Knock, knock, knock. Helen, are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Charles, are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Elizabeth, are you there? Eventually, I gathered all 10 of my friends at the bottom of the Rockefeller Christmas tree. I told them my plan, to have them all stand on each other and form a ladder for me to climb to the top. My friends understood my excitement, and they quickly started to climb onto each other's shoulders. Ow! Helen had stepped on Charles' fingers. Ow! Charles had stepped on Elizabeth's fingers.
This little girl's lying.
Ow! Elizabeth had stepped on Alice's fingers. After many groans and tumbles, my friends formed a sturdy ladder, and I began to climb. My joy grew with every passing pace, and before I knew it, I was at the very top, looking down at the tree. My ladder of friends swayed back and forth, and occasionally felt like it was about to collapse. But I tuned out the movement and focused on the tree. Closer, friends, closer. Then I secured the metal star at the top of the tree. It was perfect. Hooray! Victory! I'm the first! Just then, there was a strange sound. The tree began to shake. Its glued branches fell off all at once, and the entire tree slowly bent backwards. Soon, the very top of it touched the ground, forming a perfect arc. It was like a very strange rainbow. My heart sank as I saw my star gently slide to the ground from the tree's top.
I know, that little kid right here. This one. Crushed. Okay, bolts of lightning shot out from inside the arc of the tree.
The lightning then shot out from inside the arc of the tree, producing thunderous booms. The lightning scared my friends and me. We all tumbled to the ground and ran in all directions, but the lightning caught up to us. I was blinded by a great white light. I remember when my eyes adjusted, I was in a field of special trees, and I saw...
No!
In a flash, and
I saw so many people. One man ran up to me and whispered, "The trees are not trees."
In a flash, I returned to the street where my friends and I had been struck by the lightning. We were all on the ground, being attended to by other people. I had scratched my legs badly, and I could see that my friends were also hurt. I looked up at the Rockefeller buildings, and I thought that they looked a little different. The whole street looked a little different, and the special tree was nowhere in sight.
Very interesting. Dimension travel? Travel into another plane? Another universe?
It is only natural for the reader at this point to wonder why the incident has been referred to as a tragedy. There had been no loss of life, and, aside from a few temporary scorch marks on the center, no damage to the surrounding property. I, too, assumed it was a mostly inconsequential event, likely an electrical accident whose effects were exaggerated by the children at the scene. I was grateful that every life involved had been spared. A death at the center would have weighed heavily on my mind for some time. But when I encountered the results of the children's medical examinations, I wished that a death had occurred in place of the unfathomable.
What a bastard. I hate how good that is. That it's not just cut off because, oh, redacted, even though the little girl thing was, we still got the text. But for this to be the end of a page.
Of the unfathomable.
You son of a bitch. God.
My mom and Pa visited me at the hospital, but they looked completely different. Ma looked worried. After she wiped her tears, she asked, "Did you hang your bear at the Rockefeller tree?" I answered, "It wasn't a bear. I was going to hang a star." To which they asked, "What do you mean?" Pa asked, "Where did you get these clothes?" I answered, "These are my clothes, the ones you helped me put on this morning." To which they asked, "What do you mean?" My ma then asked, "Why are there dots all over your face?" I answered, "Those are my freckles. I've had them since I was little." To which they asked, "What do you mean?" My parents quietly left my bed and talked to my friends' parents. Then they all started to cry and yell. The nurses made them leave, which made me feel better. None of us thought that our real parents had visited, but they all did feel familiar. Orville and Philip were especially shaken. They didn't even share the same last name with their parents.
Damn.
The nurses tried to convince us that those who had visited us were our parents, and that we would come around to properly greet them after we healed. But it was hard to believe. Whenever I looked out the window, I saw that Manhattan looked different from memory. Mr. Rockefeller himself was kind enough to visit us in the hospital. He asked us whether we were okay, and then after some time, he and the nurses began to ask us some very easy questions about American history. With every reply, they would chuckle and shake their heads, until I told Mr. Rockefeller who I thought he was. He chuckled at first.
That's really, 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 really well presented. Let me get back to the questions. There we go. Apple tree versus cherry tree. I'm not sure what this one is. And then 1786 instead of 1776.
With every
What's the point of this one? Oh, I guess it's a round hat instead of being the classic top hat. That's what it is. Okay.
With every reply, they would chuckle and shake their heads, until I told Mr. Rockefeller who I thought he was. He chuckled at first, and then became silent, as if the simple fact had deeply affected him. He had asked all my friends a few more questions about himself, and with each answer, he seemed a little more scared. Mr. Rockefeller quietly stood with the nurses for a while, before he wished us a Merry Christmas and left. That evening, the nurses took x-rays of us to make sure we hadn't broken our ribs. Usually, those taking the x-rays are more than happy to show their patients what the pictures looked like. But when I asked to see them, the nurses ignored me. I didn't fall asleep that night. I kept my ear close to the wall to hear what the nurses were saying next door. I heard one sentence over and over. "Everything's backward." I wonder what they meant by that. I never told my friends because I didn't want to scare them. But I spent the rest of the night with my hand to my chest, wondering if my heart was ever on the right side.
God damn. It's so fucking good.
For several weeks, the children were kept under observation at the Columbia Presbyterian Hospital. I visited them as soon as I had the chance to. All the families of these children were deeply unsettled, for they had all independently come to the conclusion their child had been replaced by a doppelganger. They claimed that these new sons and daughters possessed substantial differences from their real children. The majority of differences involved altered physical attributes and the inability to recognize familiar locations and characters, such as their parents and their homes. 2 boys even claimed to have names different to those that their mothers had given them at birth. But of all the discrepancies, the most bizarre was their faulty recollections of notable persons and events. For instance, each of the affected children claimed that I had become the wealthiest man in America through an oil monopoly. It is common knowledge that I did indeed work at an oil refinery in my youth, but to entirely deny my 2 terms as president and insist instead that I had always been a mere philanthropist struck me as being particularly odd. The families were agonized by the children's behavior. Some continued to search for their real children. I support their endeavors, for I do not believe that the children's afflictions were the result of hysteria. Every day, I find myself recollecting the day that I had selected the tree. I have since realized the difficulties involved in the removal of it should have repeatedly discouraged me. And had I been discouraged, the families of those children would not be experiencing the anguish that they currently have. Perhaps I never had the opportunity to select another tree. Perhaps I was meant to select that tree regardless of my persistent character. Perhaps we are all trolleys, forced to follow the path of the track to each of our destinations. I take solace in that thought. Or perhaps the tree chose me.
Wonderful. Oh, wow. That was 5 seconds back. My ass. Not sure what's happening here, but it's crazy. Yeah, that's a great one. Goodness. Goodness! Ugh! Is this right? This is right, yeah. And then to change the format. Hang on. What is this about? You son of a bitch. Ugh. Hold on real quick. Let me do a quick burp. I gotta fucking take care of something. It'll be like 2 minutes at most. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't grab my robe. I don't quite remember what that was. I was robe grabbing. It looked fuzzy. Maybe they'll show it again. Yeah, show us again. Thank you. Oh my god, this is the best robe ever. Looks like fractals. Zoom out, you son of a bitch. Oh shit. It's a weird one. Is this right? Wait a minute. Fuck, we may end up having to watch a couple more of these. What time is it? 1? Yeah. Yeah. Unless if we're not feeling it.
Aprile. Gli schizzi di Papino della Libertà sono stupendi. Lei assomiglia alla mamma se fosse una regina. Ho chiesto a Papino se potesse fare una statua che mi somigliasse. Ha detto sì. 10 aprile. Oggi Papino è andato al suo studio. Gli ho chiesto se avesse già iniziato a lavorare alla mia statua ed ha continuato a sorridermi. Io credo di sì. Papino è molto gentile. 13 aprile. Non abbiamo avuto notizie di papà per un po' di giorni. È già successo in passato, dato che è solito lavorare al suo studio per tanto tempo, ma la mamma oggi era molto preoccupata. È andata nel suo studio dopo avermi messo a letto. 15 aprile. Mamma è tornata a casa stanotte. È andata dritta verso la sua stanza. 16 aprile. Oggi è venuto l'ispettore. Ci ha chiesto di Papino e poi è andato nella stanza della mamma. Un paio di momenti dopo sono arrivati più uomini. Mamma stava piangendo. Continuano a gridare: lei ha i suoi occhi, lei ha i suoi occhi. Ero spaventata. Sono scappata via dalla casa. 18 aprile. Ricordo Papino dire alla mamma come la statua sarebbe stata messa in una nave chiamata Monarca. Sono andata al porto e l'ho trovata accorata là vicino. Accanto alla nave c'erano alcune scatole. Parti della libertà erano in ciascuna di esse. Mi sono intrufolata in una scatola che era vuota. Spero che venga mandata dove sta Papino. Sento il suo spirito vicino alla libertà. 21 aprile. Sono molto affamata. Le scatole sono legate con una corda, quindi non posso uscire da sola. C'è un forte rumore nella stanza, come dell'argilla trascinata per il pavimento. Posso sentire le corde che vengono tagliate e qualcosa di grosso uscire da una scatola. È Papino? Ci sono molti altri suoni, come legno che si rompe. Dato che le corde sono rotte, sono uscita in fretta dalla scatola ed ho trovato del pane e della frutta nella stanza accanto. Mi sono sbagliata. Non è Papino, ma ha i suoi occhi. 24 aprile. Ho paura a rientrare di nuovo nella scatola. Ieri ha fatto suoni più rumorosi. Mentre cercavo per del cibo, credo che mamma mi abbia vista. La scatola è l'unico posto per nascondersi. Le corde continuano ad essere rotte da quella cosa con gli occhi di Papino. Ho paura che quella cosa o quell'uomo possano aprire la mia scatola. Non scriverò più molto, perché ho paura di fare rumore. Scriverò nuovamente quando arriverò sulla terraferma. 29 aprile. La cosa con gli occhi di papà oggi mi ha presa. Mi ha tenuta mentre correva attraverso la giungla. La sua spada ha tagliato centinaia di alberi. Non ho potuto vedere molto nel buio, ma ho potuto vedere gli occhi di papà fissarmi da quelle palpebre metalliche. Siamo scesi giù per un buco e in una grotta profonda. Dopo avermi messo a terra, ha acceso un fuoco colpendo le sue braccia contro delle pietre. Ormai è da ore che affila la sua spada con le rocce, ma non ho mai guardato la lama. Oggi, sin da quando ho iniziato a scrivere, la cosa con gli occhi di Papino ha fissato me.
Goodness.
Aprile. 6 casse sono state caricate all'alba. Sono pesanti. Ciascuna di esse contiene una parte di una grossa scultura. 29 aprile. Sommetterete esse contiene una parte.
Let's see. 6 crates were loaded at dawn. They're heavy, each containing a part of a large sculpture. Inspector Zafino told me that it is the goddess of freedom. Each crate was fastened with ropes in the storage room. No sliding is possible. We left Livorno at noon.
29 aprile. Sommetterete Gibraltar all'alba.
We landed at Gibraltar at dawn. The ship took hours to steer into port. There were many, many holes in the storage room. Each one allowed enormous amounts of water to enter. Without the tar, we would have sunk in 3 days.
C'erano molti buchi neri postiglie. Ciascuno di essi ha permesso dell'enorme quantità
Just
d'acqua
reading
di
this one because it's
entrare.
weird.
Senza il catrame saremmo affondati in 3 giorni. Abbiamo aperto le
Here
casse
we go.
dagli ufficiali della dogana. Le casse erano vuote.
On the morning of April 29th, we received numerous reports regarding a tremendous force that rushed up the rock, which tore down hundreds of trees and created several landslides throughout the previous night. One civilian likened the phenomena to the work of a gigantic crazed fella. Due to the sheer number of reports and the high level of concern in the surrounding community, I deployed myself along with 13 officers to the rock in search of an explanation. We discovered that there was indeed a newly forged trail through the dense foliage stretching almost the entire height of the rock. The trail was astonishingly linear, with no bends in the path. The cuts to the trees themselves were precise. The downed trees continued to be warm to the touch, presumably due to the extreme speed of this force. A few fires present along the trail were extinguished by fellow officers as we traversed the rock. The path ended at a large crevice in the ground, which looked to be an entrance to a large underground cavern. After requesting additional men and equipment, Officer Hadley descended into the crevice. It was not long until Hadley exclaimed in fright and urged us all to enter. Within the following hour, the majority of us were in the cavern, which appeared to be an undiscovered offshoot of Sir Michael's cave. In the middle of the location stood a plaster model of a tall Greco-Roman statue of a woman. Surrounding this sculpture were the splayed remains of an individual, flattened like a set of clothes. A hollowed-out torso was stretched a quarter of the way up the statue, the sight of which compelled a few of the officers to exit the cavern. The human remains were collected and sent to the morgue, while the sculpture was cleaned and lifted out. The statue's blade, held in its right hand, matched the cuts present on the downed trees. Despite the fantastical implications of this detail, the Gibraltar police force officially concludes that the work of the crazed fella was nothing more than the result of heavy winds.
Sure.
During a secondary investigation, a journal was discovered in the cavern. A translation of its Italian text is in progress.
Fucking sure.
Arrives the tight-knit wooden ship. The plaster body is absent. Instead, a tall, wounded woman, sleeping in its vessel, donning a helmet wrapped in a robe, clutching a sword and a damaged shield. Overheard a conversation with the captain, a violent conflict with freedom at the port in Gibraltar. They tell me inside her is the plaster, and I walk away, silently believing freedom craved liberation so terribly she tried to take it for herself. But off the ship, she was dragged away. Freedom locked up. Freedom in chains. They tell me I have to take it out of her. So hook, rope, peel, and pull. When it was done, Freedom stood motionless. Freedom stood still. I see the final bronze woman, and I feel as if, maybe even hope, she's only dormant now, and will awaken again.
Oh, man. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, I kind of want to fucking peep a little bit more. Let's see. Let's go check his playlists. Yeah, because that's all of it. And the Nixon verse is what splits it up. And he does some more corner stuff. Yeah, there's some good stuff in here I've been wanting to peep. You want to peep a little bit more of the Monument Mythos, and then we'll jump into the movie in a little while? Or you want to jump to the movie now? The Nixon verse. It's so ridiculous. Let's see. We caught all those. Yeah, see, this is weird. This is weird. This is one that I want to see. I like this flavor of stuff. Why is this here? He didn't go and re-upload them. Yeah, let's lean a little into season 2. Which, look at that. See, random 3 years ago, but he moved it to number 3 for some reason. Okay. We'll catch a little bit of it. We'll see it. We'll vibe it out. We'll see how ridiculous it gets. A little bit of corner stuff again.
Now let's learn about the sides and corners of different shapes. A side or an edge is a line segment that joins two adjacent corners of a shape. A corner or vertex is the point where the two sides converge. Let's look at this triangle. It has three sides. 1, 2, 3. It also has 3 corners. It also has
Watch the corners.
3 corners. 1, 2, 3.
Members of the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission wanted to know about the mandatory recall of all personal computers. Personal computers may pose a risk to American lives and infrastructure. Properly dispose of your computer at a local hazardous debt collection center. Your safety is of the utmost importance to us.
Delegation pays him this ovation and rises to its feet.
Maya Arnoldson, his sister from the Grand Canyon one. I swear they talked about the tech being like so much further ahead. Oh yeah. It's so absurd. These are almost funny in some ways. And then he goes and turns it into something else. Because remember, we had the boat stuck in the canal. Maze news. Yep. Just a little baby. Right? In the water. Fuck. I know, I think the books are canon, I want to say. So there's even more.
Tell me, what do you think about the tower? It's your first visit here, so what do you think about the tower? I thought it was a really good tower. It was very interesting to go up it. It gave you a really good sense of how busy Cairo is, so I really enjoyed it.
It was terrific. It was really great to get kind of a sense of the scale of the city. It's kind of difficult to do that when you're walking around down on the street.
It's a breathtaking view, and it really gives you a terrific perspective of the whole city. And I loved it up there. I spent a couple of hours up on the top.
Due to evacuations around the Suez Canal, millions traveled to Cairo in search of housing. In response to this migration, many building capacity limits for popular attractions were inflated. The Cairo Tower, one of the tallest buildings in Egypt, had its own recommended capacity limit increased from 700 persons to 1,000. On the evening of April 16, 2021, upwards of 1,200 visitors toured the Cairo Tower at once. Although concerns of overcrowding had been raised by several staff members, the building manager dismissed their comments. Since the Suez Canal crab would be passing by later in the evening, he also encouraged visitors to enter the upper levels of the tower, as that would provide a better vantage point. At 8 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was observed to have turned toward the Cairo Tower and proceeded to approach. Despite an alert sent out by the Egyptian government for civilians to immediately vacate structures in the crab's path, most visitors ignored the warning and stayed on the upper levels of the Cairo Tower as it came near. At 8:15 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was seen to have stumbled, and in an attempt to regain its balance, crashed into one side of the Cairo Tower, killing over 200 people. The resulting tremors that traversed the building damaged its staircases and elevator systems beyond repair. The cascade of shipping containers from the Ever Given, knocked forward by the momentum of the initial stumble, lasted for over 2 minutes, as an estimated 800 containers broke from their locks and pushed forward an additional 1,000 containers. As all 1,800 containers tumbled down through the building, the structural integrity of the Cairo Tower rapidly diminished. Falling debris and containers are reported to have killed over 800 visitors. At 8:19 p.m., the Cairo Tower fully collapsed, dragging the immobilized Suez Canal crab into the ground. In total, only 39 of the 1,189 visitors of the Cairo Tower survived. 2 of the 15 staff members escaped to safety, including the building manager. None of the 6 security guards survived. Although paramedics and police officers had arrived shortly before the Cairo Tower's collapse, the visibly unstable tower prompted them to collect survivors on the ground and retreat to a safe distance. At 8:41 p.m., a hazardous waste collection team and soldiers of the Egyptian ground forces arrived to contain survivors within mobile quarantine chambers. Due to fears of a potential contagion contracted from the Suez Canal crab, all civilians in the vicinity were placed in quarantine under the authority of Egypt's military in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. Upon impact with the ground, the Suez Canal crab and the Ever Given separated. The large wounds caused by the separation discharged thousands of gallons of seawater and bodily fluids. The hazardous waste collection team and soldiers attempted to plug the gushing lesions. However, survivors report that their efforts were mostly futile due to the team's inability to stay standing on the slippery ground. With the number of accidental falls among the troops on the increasingly wet ground, the Egyptian army diverted its focus from closing wounds on the Suez Canal crab to evacuation efforts. By midnight, the civilian population within a 3-mile radius of the fallen Cairo Tower had been completely evacuated. On the morning of April 17th, Egyptian authorities publicly announced that the Suez Canal crab had fallen in Cairo and laid in a vegetative state. Although the Cairo exclusion zone was primarily intended to prevent any media coverage of the crab and the surrounding destruction, several journalists managed to record footage of the site through the assistance of private helicopter pilots. By 8 a.m., clips of the crab were trending on Twitter. Members of the Anti-Device Association attributed the severity of the disaster to the development of intelligent devices, specifically Twitter machines. They reasoned that due to the popularity of Twitter in America, that ever given was
Overstocked with T-machines. We should have nuked the ship, not the sea.
overstocked with T-machines, which weighed the ship down and consequently caused the initial obstruction of the Suez Canal. On Twitter, the ADA released a vicious string of messages criticizing Twitter, Hillary Clinton, and Egypt. Along with images of the Suez Canal crab, photos of scattered goods that had fallen out of the shipping containers became a popular topic of discussion. One image of a sports car resting on top of debris would be retweeted by the ADA with the caption, "The Cairo exclusion zone is a conspiracy to keep goods in Egypt. The American people have been robbed." The tweet was shared by over 10 million users. Taking notice, the ADA followed up with tweets suggesting that an Egyptian soldier had driven home the sports car in the image, and that the goods needed to be rescued by their rightful owners. The ADA deemed April 19th as Finders Keepers Day and urged all Americans to travel to Egypt to obtain the goods left by the fallen Suez Canal crab.
It's so weird because ADA is also the Anti-Dean Association.
Overnight, an estimated 12,000 flights to Cairo were booked by American citizens. Although a few trespassers had been apprehended in the Cairo exclusion zone, officials did not foresee any further disruptions at the site. Medical personnel attended to survivors in the quarantine chambers. Soldiers cleared rubble and attempted to control the spread of the Suez Canal crab's bodily fluids. By 5 a.m. on April 19th, approximately 20 million gallons had been contained through aerial drops of sawdust and an extensive effort to mop the premises. Although several officials discussed a plan to lay down military-grade mats to enable the hazardous material collection team to walk up to the crab for closer analysis, it was ultimately decided that no further action would be taken until the following evening, as it was believed that the midday sun would evaporate most of the fluid. At 12 p.m., over 12,000 Americans gathered in front of the gated entrance of the Cairo exclusion zone. 4,000 Egyptian police officers and soldiers stood behind the perimeter to guard the exclusion zone from trespassers. At 12:03 p.m., violence erupted when an American shot a police officer in the face. Consequently,
Jesus.
Tear gas was used on the raging mob.
Freaking Americans.
Tanks and heat rays arrived shortly afterwards to deter any trespassers. However, by 12:10 p.m., the front entrance gates of the Cairo exclusion zone collapsed from the force of the charging crowd. Informed of the approaching Americans, medical personnel and survivors at the epicenter began to vacate the premises. By 12:43 p.m., the first Americans were seen by officials at the epicenter. Although the wet ground was expected to significantly slow their approach, several citizens had arrived earlier than anticipated since they had utilized car hubcaps to slide quickly across the ground. With no law enforcement at the scene, the American citizens began to collect fallen goods and pry open shipping containers. Popular goods included furniture, firearms, processed food, tea machines, bars of gold, automobiles, and designer clothing. As Americans continued to arrive at the epicenter, more injuries from accidental falls were observed. Concussions and broken arms were the most common injuries during the initial break-in. At 1 p.m., several fights broke out over a Ford pickup truck that had rolled out from a container and crushed a family. 3 aggressors were shot by a man who had found a rifle. The conflict fueled an unpleasant atmosphere, with more instances of gun violence as time went on. One notable incident saw the discovery of a container of firearms by a group of young children. The accidental firing of an automatic weapon by one child prompted the intervention of their parents and other adults. The resulting verbal argument escalated quickly and broke out into a full-scale gunfight with over 14 armed subjects, including the children. Another fight erupted after the discovery of a deluxe barbecue grill, which 13 Americans had simultaneously called dibs on when the item was pulled out of a shipping container. All 13 Americans died from gun-related wounds. When the last wave of the 12,000 Americans had entered the epicenter, overcrowding ensured that the accidental fall of one individual would trigger a continuous series of additional falls. Without any open space for the midday sunlight to reach the wet ground, the bodily fluid had no time to evaporate, and the number of falls steadily increased. At around 1:30 p.m., one of the posterior legs of the Suez Canal crab twitched
and incited panic in a nearby crowd. As Americans attempted to flee, many fell on the slippery ground and were trampled by those rushing behind them. By 1:33 p.m., the screams of the panicked crowd had reached a deafening volume, reportedly being heard over 5 miles away. Due to the reinforcement of the Cairo exclusion zone's gates and orders from the Ministry of Health to prevent any American citizen from leaving the exclusion zone, the massive crowds were kept inside the 3-mile radius of the epicenter, held in place by an orderly line of tanks that flanked the entirety of the zone's perimeter. The gates stood for over 6 hours as Americans ran from the epicenter. Many soldiers became ill at the sight of injuries caused by the thousands of bodies being crushed into the metal bars. By 7:15 p.m., everyone within a half-mile of the gate had perished from extreme pressure. Heat exhaustion, accidental falls, and gun violence were also major causes of death. The Cairo exclusion zone gates were opened at 8 p.m. Soldiers searched for the remaining survivors. Of the over 12,000 Americans who had arrived, only 944 survived. 77 of the American survivors were found kneeling around the Suez Canal crab and claimed to have been promised from a deity that they would survive if they prayed to the crab. However, none of them could account for the remains of dead worshippers that littered the ground around them. They would later establish the Church of the Ever Given during their stay at a local hospital. Howard Melrose, an American journalist permitted to visit the Cairo exclusion zone the day after the stampede, said of the site, "It looked like something from a medieval painting. All of their bodies were jammed into each other. Everyone became one."
What a fucking maniac. It's so crazy. Yeah, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Like, it's funny in a way, but it's still also, I don't know. It's just believable enough. I think it's the presentation. Some of these get long. Pope. Pope. Let's do Dean Disaster. And then I'll go dig up that film, that cinema.
During a broadcast of ABC Evening News, anchor Frank Reynolds told viewers to be prepared for tomorrow and that they would witness the start of a glorious adventure. Word spread quickly throughout the country, and civilians invited friends and family to their homes in anticipation of the next day. Although no details of this glorious adventure were known, it was widely presumed to be another exciting TV announcement from President James Dean. Watching parties were organized in living rooms across America, and on the evening of May 13, 1969, after the ABC Evening News ended, televisions were closely watched with millions of unblinking eyes. No one wanted to miss what President Dean had to say.
James Dean's America is hell. But you still don't believe us. You'll hear the truth from James Dean himself.
Hey, guy.
Immediately following the broadcast, air raid sirens activated across all 50 states. The sirens blared at a far greater volume than usual and burst the eardrums of every civilian within a 4-mile radius. The resulting panic triggered severe overcrowding at bomb shelters and deadly stampedes in the streets. Thousands were trampled and hospitals were overwhelmed within the hour.
Wait, hang
Fires
on,
broke
hang
out
on.
in
I
all
want to peep something again.
Immediately following the broadcast, air raid sirens activated across all 50 states. The sirens blared at a far greater volume than usual and burst the eardrums of every civilian within a 4-mile radius. The resulting panic triggered severe overcrowding at bomb shelters and deadly stampedes in the streets. Thousands were trampled and hospitals were overwhelmed within the hour. Fires broke out in all major cities, and cars left running in the streets produced lethal amounts of carbon monoxide, which flowed into poorly ventilated bomb shelters and suburban homes. In Washington, D.C., the White House was placed into lockdown immediately after the TV hijacking, and President Dean was rushed to a maximum security underground bunker. Able to hear the anguished screams of civilians in the streets above, Dean refused to stay in the shelter. When carbon monoxide alarms went off in the bunker, he urged his staff to exit the White House with him and shut off the vehicles left on the roadways. With a phone call, Dean mobilized the National Guard to assist with the deactivation of the millions of parked vehicles across America. Several more phone calls to high-ranking military officials and world leaders revealed that no nuclear missiles had in fact been launched. President Dean soon realized that the air raid sirens had been hijacked by a domestic organization and immediately ordered all forces of the military to disable every active siren in the nation. When military technicians arrived at the location of the sirens, they found that the bodies of prior technicians, who had perished from the combination of stress and the siren's sheer volume, piled so high as to have formed a ramp to the top of the speakers. The overcrowding of streets by civilians and unaccompanied cars frequently blocked the path of emergency vehicles and prolonged the process of disarming the sirens. Against his advisors' wishes, President Dean tasked himself with the deactivation of an air siren near the White House. Although he would accomplish the task fairly quickly, Dean sustained permanent ear damage and was rendered fully deaf. The sheer volume had also caused countless blood vessels in his body to burst and produce several abdominal hernias. His condition was shared among the millions of other Americans who had been near the sirens at the time of their activation. 3 hours would pass before all air raid sirens would be fully disabled. The next morning, at the advice of federal authorities, civilians slowly made their way from the shelters back to their homes. Although some continued to stay in the shelters for fear of radioactive fallout, most accepted the explanation given by military officials over the radio. There is no nuclear holocaust. A domestic terrorist organization hijacked the sirens of America. The streets were littered with bodies and automobiles. The National Guard handed out blindfolds to the young, sick, and elderly as they exited the shelters to prevent the scenes of bloodshed from causing fainting spells and heart attacks. At the Walt Disney Medical Center, physicians examined President Dean and other members of his staff who helped disarm the sirens. All were diagnosed with severe hearing loss. Against his doctor's advice, Dean insisted on issuing a public statement on the traumatic events that had transpired. Although he initially wanted to appear on live television, a glance at the mirror discouraged him, as he saw the countless bruises and tears present on his skin due to the intensity of the sirens. In coordination with technicians from the Department of Defense, President Dean instead organized a large-scale radio broadcast, utilizing the very air raid sirens they had disabled. Later that night, a bruised Frank Reynolds would announce on ABC Evening News that Dean would speak through the sirens and that captions would be displayed simultaneously on television for viewers who were hard of hearing.
It's Jimmy speaking. I'm sorry, very sorry for what's come to pass. I wish I could bring back your friends, your family. I want to fix everything. This is not the announcement I planned for, but as you know, there are people who have it in for us. The Anti-Dean Association. They hijack our systems. They hurt people. The Anti-Dean Association is an anti-American association. I want you to keep an eye out for them. They will not be hard to find because they are very proud of their silly ideas. Find them and bring them to your local authorities. We'll make things right. We have places for people like them. This is Jimmy, signing off.
Over the next week, hundreds of thousands of anti-Deaners would be apprehended and sent to correctional facilities around the United States. These facilities, meant for the anti-American, were aptly located near or at national monuments in order to symbolize a return to American virtues. Most would stay for merely a few weeks before being released again. Friends and family of rehabilitated anti-Deaners frequently claimed that they would have improved personalities, no recollection of their past criminal activities, and even slightly altered physical appearances. These methods were so effective in calming the terrorist that many innocent civilians requested themselves to be sent to these facilities.
What does it mean? It's like, is all the Dean stuff just good propaganda? I don't totally remember. Hold on, I'm gonna go clack that connection just in case. I feel like we need to get through this so all of the lore doesn't disappear from our brains, because there's so much. Okay.
Of radically changing their lives. However, federal authorities would deny any admission to those who were not affiliated with the ADA. During one address, President Dean acknowledged the high volume of requests from the public.
Oh, he's so Deany.
Sent to the same places we're sending those anti-Deaners to. I get it. Those who come out of these places, they look clean as a whistle. But if we send you to those places too, then those correctional facilities lose their purpose. If we send everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore? This is Jimmy signing off.
Was that the music of the
On the morning of May
trees?
22nd, 9 days after the disaster, President Dean received a state-of-the-art hearing implant from Maze Machines, an up-and-coming tech company. Around noon at the Walt Disney Medical Center, the device was surgically inserted into Dean. The sound quality of the implant and the speedy nature of the surgery inspired Dean to imagine a new government department, which would be able to oversee the mass production and distribution of quality hearing implants to the American public. That evening, President Dean requested an emergency session of Congress and proposed the ambitious project.
I can't hear a damn thing. Did you hear me? I can't hear a damn thing. Neither can you, or you, or you, or you. It doesn't matter whether you were near the sirens or not. None of you are listening. We need to bring together those technology companies to build and send hearing devices that the public needs. Hearing devices that you yourself need. And through a collaboration with the Department of Health, we can give back to the people what our failures took away. We can let a mother hear her child laugh again, and let a man hear his dog again. We can give everyone their hearing again. And who's stopping you? Listen to the public. You're all about deadlines too. So here's one. By July 4th, I want every American to hear the fireworks.
Due to a malfunction in his auditory implants, Dean was unable to hear himself and as a result spoke much louder on the Senate floor than on previous occasions. The volume of his speech, which greatly amplified his compassion for the American people, profoundly affected the senators, and in the early hours of May 23, 1969, after 10 hours of discussion, the Department of Technology was approved. It was the fastest an executive department had ever been established. By May 27th, all persons with hearing loss attributed to the anti-Dean disaster would be eligible for the surgical implantation of a hearing device free of charge. Mass operating rooms would be established throughout the U.S., able to house over 1,000 patients at once. The use of surgical androids was approved on June 6th, which increased the number of surgeries performed per day over 250%. Once all
I was trying to remember where the random jump in technology was, and there you go.
Victims had been treated. Those with deafness unrelated to the disaster also became eligible for the surgery.
Fucking Helen
On
Keller.
July 4th, it was announced that there was no incidence of severe hearing loss in the country. The United States was the first nation in the world to eradicate deafness. The achievement had been expected for some time since its first mention during Dean's congressional address. In preparation, many health organizations, both domestic and international, had prepared to host banquets for Dean and grant awards to him and his staff. However, President Dean spent the entirety of Independence Day racing cars with close friend Richard Nixon at a local speedway. Though many would cite the recovery from the anti-Dean disaster as James Dean's finest hour, the president was never willing to accept responsibility.
All we did was fix some ears.
Insane. It's fucking insanity. We're gonna lose some of this lore. What do we got? Starry Sphinx. Some of these are long. Crap. Fuck. Yeah, the rest are quite lengthy. We're not even halfway through because we had the shorties. Yeah, let's do a couple more. Let's do a couple more just cuz of where we is. Actually, what's the order on these? Yeah, cuz this is a crazy one. Yeah. You son of a bitch. Why? Why this order? I don't understand. This is how he did it, but I don't know. I mean, that's the order he fucking put it in. Let's peep this one. And maybe I'll just stop it. I'm gonna get some water while this plays. Motherfucking Sphinx on Mars, baby!
Egypt was entirely against the excavation. They had every right to be upset when we went ahead with it anyway. They said that their system worked for thousands of years and would continue to protect the country. They're right. At the time, the president and our military did not care. They viewed their solution as a problem and desperately needed a better solution. American solution. Which in this case was excavation. Once the pyramids were classified as TFMDs by the U.S., the excavation was inevitable. TFMDs have been acknowledged by the UN Security Council as the single most dangerous.
Cannabis, what up? Also, is it showing you guys out of order? Let me check. Whoa. Yeah, for whatever reason, bro, it hid you. Until I switched to top chat. That's weird. But yeah, what up, brother? What up? What up? What up? What up? Okay, what is it? What is it? Pyramids. Oh yeah, pyramids are evil. Excavation. Let's see. TFMDs had been acknowledged by the UN Security Council as the single most dangerous threat to humanity.
Humanity. Of course, this was before climate change and mankind was classified as TFMDs under the new administration. At the time, it meant that the pyramids required immediate action.
Whoa. Oh, shit. Fucking mankind was classified as a TFMD as well? That's fucking... Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? This timeline is insane.
The ancient pharaohs personally appointed workers called guardians, with some years of their lives striking the trees. They were equipped with the finest music glass balloons, which would substances to inhibit muscle fatigue and induce insomnia, so they would be able to hit the trees for several nights in a row. The goal was not to cut down any of the trees, of course. That wouldn't be possible until 1945. Rather, the intention was to shift the tree's focus from upward growth to internal repairs. The ancient Egyptians knew that they could not currently halt the tree's germination, but by prolonging their growth,
Within the first week of excavation, we had found the pyramids extended much deeper into the sand than we had previously thought. The more we dug, the more bricks we had found had already been laid. At the time, we had convinced ourselves that the pyramids had to be finished structures, and it would only be a matter of time before we would reach the bottom. By the third week, we realized that we had been wrong the whole time. The pyramids extended out infinitely. You can imagine our reluctance to tell the public that the pyramids were not pyramids at all. They were towers, infinite towers, all three of them. Towers which contain enormous species of metaphysical flora.
Towers which contain an enormous species of metaphysical flora. Love it.
Who knew that the pyramids were merely the tips of buildings?
You died. And then you figure the tips of them look like... what? Because it's extended, it looks like a Washington monument? Even though we built over a tree with that one. Jesus Christ. Produced by the Anti-Device Association. Yeah, I don't understand the scale of some of these. Like, it seemed that Alcatraz just fucking completely wiped everything out. No, not everything, but it had expanded in such a huge way, and that right there with the pyramids, good lord, man. Ugh, I really want to see what's up with the Alcatraz thing. I don't remember how that goes. 213. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Okay, let's switch over to film. To film cinema. Sparta, you be dying. Osama bin farting. Made up word. Is it? Man, that shit is ridiculous. That shit is ridiculous. I don't know, that may be one of my favorite series. It's insane. It's insane. But yeah, grab yourselves and spaghettis. We're gonna get over there. We're gonna get over there into stuff. Love the chill vibe of it. I don't know. That's a special series. What the hell? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. I may just hang out today anyway. Or later today anyway. Yeah, I'm still suspended. It's probably in the middle of the night tomorrow. The 25th. No, I should be unsuspended soon. Probably in an hour or so. But I may hang here one more day tomorrow and finish the Monument Mythos stuff since we're into it. Because as soon as I go back to Twitch, I gotta start up some review stuff before I lose access to that. What the hell? I'm not talking to you, lady. Dude, what the fuck? Am I on drugs? None of those worked. Did it? YouTube is the devil. Well, we'll see. Maybe it's not. I don't know yet. Welcome back. I did drop a couple of frames, so. What is happening? Is that yellow and it's not showing as yellow? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe my TV's that fucked. Yeah, my account's suspended. Shut up. I know it. I don't remember what time I got suspended. It was like 3 something, right? It was kind of late. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It'll be later today or tomorrow. Give me just a minute and I'll throw on cinema. Get what you need. Grab what you need. Grab that booty. I'm gonna kill you is what I'm gonna do. What? What? Also, I did grab another copy of that thing we were talking about yesterday, and I'm hoping that it is better quality. We'll find out together. Sir? Fra? Come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. 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 Okay. All right. You move. Close all of you. I have to close these. This is out of control, Havoc. Shut up. Shut up. Bing, great, good. I feel like there was something I was supposed to check tonight. And I don't remember what it is. Let me make sure I have. I feel like this is going to be higher quality than the other. Does VLC have... Yeah, this is just how it's going to be. This is just how it's going to be. Yeah, we need to get into it because this one's actually longer. It's whatever you want it to be, bro. It's whatever you want it to be. It's whatever I tell you it is. I think President Dean is the most spookiest thing of all. Okay. I dropped everything.
どうですか、海は。じゃあ、すごいね。崖が。
あそこやばい。あそこ落ちたら一発で死んじゃいそう。あ、撮りますよ、はるこさん。
いいです。
はるこさんばっか撮ってる。
いいよ。
撮ります。
いいですよ。ちょっと一緒に。
会社のマドンナのはるこさんです。よっちゃんです。
本当もったいないですよね。
もったいないですよ。せっかくの美人さんが。すごいキラキラしてるよね。
下見れてやばいね。わあ、綺麗だ、水が綺麗。
青い色してる。
Fucking Monument Mythos has broken my brain. Look, there he is. He's playing himself again. He plays himself a lot. You were thinking the same thing about Monument Mythos fucking you up? Yeah, I was expecting, I don't know, and I've seen this, and I was still expecting, like, I don't know, the Sphinx or something, and then a bunch of, yes, exactly, jump cut narration. It was then at that time that we found that on the bridge had formulated a being from the trees. With his little warble he does to make it sound old. It's good. It gets noticeably... I was going to point that out, actually. I know he does have different people come and do voices. But sometimes, and I think it's going to get better, but sometimes it's like it's too much, and he's doing it to cover up the fact that he may be using the same voice actor. I don't know. It distracts you from reading the text in a way. That's why stopping there, I think, was the best way. That was the last little bit, because it's very chill. Like, it's good and it's immersive, and he's built a crazy world. And as meme-worthy and funny as it is, it's also just very eerie. I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, Occult, something happened on that bridge that day. I'm glad I have this. This does look better than the one that's on YouTube. Wish I had like a physical DVD for it, but I'm gonna have to. I'm just gonna have to hold on to this one. I have a weird little collection of like lost Japanese films that I'm just gonna have to stack up digitally, because they're never gonna fucking be released here ever. And like all of his stuff, I'm in a Discord specifically for this director, and I need to get with them and make sure that I have everything that I can get from him. We'll see. I'm kind of obsessing about it, but I'm going to let it go. For now. I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. Occult. President Dean started a coalition for bridges. Man, he may play himself in every movie.
会社のマドンナのはるかさんです。
刺された女性は、はっきりした場所は分かんないんですけど、ですね、あっちでもう見た時には
Yeah, this looks pretty good considering.
で、多分女性の方がまさにその辺で刺されて亡くなった方がいる。
夢を見たんですね。里美が、はい、明ヶ崎に行く夢を見て、はい、その夢の中の明ヶ崎がすごく綺麗で、明ヶ崎に行ったらいいことが、そう素敵なことが起こるっていう、なんかお告げみたいなのがあったって言ってました。私も本当は一緒に行くはずだったんですけど、なんか都合が合わなくなって早く行きたかったみたいなので、それで一人で行っちゃったんですね。
彼女とは結婚するつもりだったんで、このマンションも買ってたんですよ。当時3年前のその深夜にミギーの部屋に2人でいたんですよ。ミギーっていうのは彼女のことをミギーって呼んでたんで、そしたらミギーがなんか雑誌に明ヶ崎の写真が写ってるのを見て、ここ行きたいねっていうふうに言ってきたもんで、2人で話が盛り上がって、深夜にその、レンタカーをすぐその時借りて、ですぐ出発したんですよ。
その事件の前は大阪で実家に住んでたんですよ。で派遣のバイトをしてました。当時はちょっと扱いされると思って言わんかったんですけど、事件のその1週間ぐらい前に、ちょっと家で寝転がって、テレビ見てたら、声がしたんですよね。ちょっと宮っぽい声で、明ヶ崎へ行けって、そういう声が聞こえたんですよ。
どういうことですか？
声っていうのは、いわゆる 験帳とか、
だから僕も最初はそう思ったんですけど、親子で行く旅番組みたいなのがあって、それで明ヶ崎が紹介されてて、その時はびっくりしましたよ。やっぱあんねやと思って、この場所あんねやと思って、なんか奇跡起きるんちゃうかなと思って。
宇野さんはその奇跡に遭遇しようと思って明ヶ崎に行ったんですか？
はい。
あの当日もこんなにいっぱい人がいたんですか？
いやー、そんなにはいなかったんだけど。
まあ海を見たりとか2人でブラブラして、その時にちょっと僕がトイレに行きたくなっちゃって、でちょっと待っててって言ってトイレしに行ったんですよね。でそこでちょっと時間かかっちゃってたら、
ちょっとうろうろしながら、なんか起きるのを待ってたというか、起きると思ってたんでこう、歩いてたんです。その吊り橋を渡ってて、で海の方を見てたんですけど、
そしたら向こうから声が聞こえたんで振り向いたら、
なんか人の悲鳴が聞こえてきて、
で振り返ったら、あの人が刺してたんですよ。僕もちょっとびっくりしてビビってしまって逃げたんですけど、逃げてる時にこう足がガクガクしてきて、なんか足がちょっと動かんようになったというか、で前に倒れ込んでしまった。
ここに倒れてた方はこう逃げる時にちょっとぶつかったりとか、あと私が通った時にも助けてって言われたんですけど、
ミニーがいなかったんで慌てて走っていったんですよね。吊り橋の真ん中ぐらいにミニーが倒れてて、すぐ駆け寄って見たらミニーも血が流れてて、
でこうもう振り返った時にはあの人がここに立ってて、背中をこの辺をザクザク刺されたんですけど。
大丈夫ですか？
Right in the booty.
あの人じゃない、あの人じゃない、さっきの人じゃない。やばいやばい。
犯人がすごい横まで来てましたよね。
そうですね。
どうしてそんな危ない状況だったのに豊田さんは逃げなかったんですか？
今そこでそのことを取るのがすごく重要ななんか気がしたんだと思う。
何が重要だと感じたっていうふうに思われますか？
何が
The captions weren't wrong. She kind of trailed off on that.
わからないんだ。
今考えてもわからない。実は僕がこの事件について取材を始めたのも、何かこの事件を記録することがすごく重要なことのように思えたっていうのがあるんですよ。でも何が重要なのかって言われると、豊田さんと同じようにわからないんですよね。
最近里美がね、夢に出てきてくれるようになって、夜中に玄関で呼び鈴が鳴って、で私が行ってドア開けると里美が立ってるんですよ。なんかゆっくり喋るんですね。なんて喋ってるんですか？ラただいまっ っていうことを、言いたいのかなって私は思って、私が「おかえり」って言うと、なんかね口がねこんくらい開いて、こんな口が大きな口開けてこのくらい口が開いて、で里美大笑いするんですよ。一緒に笑うんです、一緒に。
そうですね、当時は本当やっぱり辛かったですね。
Yeah, bro. Your lady love died.
見かけるようになってから本当気持ちが楽になったっていうのは確かです。
ごめんなさい。その3年前に亡くなった飯田さんを幽霊として見えるっていうようなことを
いや、幽霊とかじゃなくて実体として見えるんですけど、もちろん本人は亡くなってるんですけど、写ってる写真があるんですよ。
写真、それいわゆる心霊写真みたいな話？
いや、この写真がミーがまだ生きてる時に、
It's a movie.
隣の女性が三ツ矢さんですよね。
こっちが1ヶ月ぐらい前だと思うんですけど、飲んだ帰りの写真に写って
この女性ですか？
そうですね。
が右田さんだということですか？
そうですね。
もう
これはでも間違いなくミーですよ。
今刺されてる時
It is a ghost doc.
に目があって、次は君の番ねっていう風にあの人から言われた
ですね。
It is.
はい。
それいわゆる心霊写真みたいな話？
いや、この写真がミーがまだ生きてる時に、
この
Weird little TV, dope.
隣の女性が三ツ矢さんですよね。
こっちが1ヶ月ぐらい前だと思うんですけど、
Went out to drink with friends and they're both ladies.
帰りの写真に
Tifa knows.
この女性ですか？
そうですね。
が右田さんだということですか？
そうですね。
もう
これはでも間違いなくミーですよ。
今刺されてる時に目があって、次は君の番ねっていう風にあの人から言われた。
そういう風に刺される時に言われたんです。
言われます。
はっきり聞こえた。
はっきり、はい。傷見えます？
もらって、すみません。
僕だけこういう風に刺されてるんですけど、他の人はみんな首切られてるんですよ。だから僕だけなんですよ、こういう刻まれ方したのは。不思議でしゃあないですもんね。なんで殺せへんかったんか、なんであの人は僕を殺さへんかったんかっていう。
本当もったいないですよ。
彼が事件を起こした原因について考えてみたときに、もしかしたらこうなんじゃないかみたいに思われたことってないですか？じゃあ全く見当がつかないと。
学生時代っていうのは、松健はどんなような人だったんでしょう？
本当普通の優しい感じの人でしたけどね。不思議な話が結構好きだったんですね。なんか幽霊とか超能力とかUFO とかそういう話が好きで結構よくしてて。
UFO の話ってなんか彼から聞いたことあるんですか？
なんか UFO は何回か見たことがあるっていう話を直接。
そうなんですか？
はい。 夜自分の部屋から窓の外に空になんかこう光ってカクカクってこう変な動きで飛んでる UFO を見たっていうことを言ってたのが最初で、結構継続的に見てたみたいですけどね。はい。
めちゃくちゃ刺されてから目が覚めた時は夜の病院だったんですけど、窓があってそこに木がいっぱいあるんですけど、その上にものすごいでかい UFO というか。
UFO っていうのは未確認飛行物体と言われる UFO、
だいたい30メートルか40メートルぐらいあると思うんですよ。薄いなんかオレンジ色っぽい感じの色で、それがバーッと光ってるわけです。何秒かしてから、何秒はちょっと覚えてないですけど、なんか上にパッと消えたんです。それうちのおかんも見てますから。
あの時のUFO？
そうです。UFO なんですけれども、
林の上の方に UFO みたいなのがあって、せって思ったらパッと消えてなくなって、
ちょっとこういう写真なんですけれども、
すいません、ちょっと突然であれなんですけど、
背中の部分に
こういう
すごく結構似てるものがあって。
似てる
なんです
か？いや、松木君の体にこれに結構似てるあざがあったんですよ。
ちょっと待って、ちょっと
はい。
似ててます。
本当だ。大丈夫。
すみません。ちょっとなんかすみません。大丈夫。
That's a great color blood too. Man, you question his ass more.
これなんですけれども、何か見覚えがあったりはしないでしょうか。これはですね、被害に遭われた江野翔平さんが息子さんにナイフで傷つけられた傷跡を絵で描いてきたものなんですけれども、
非常に大きな傷でできてるんですよね。
なんか鼻のようなこの部分、剣の体のあざと似てますね。生まれた時からありましたね。
生まれた時からあったそうなんですか。
子供の頃にやっぱりもうしつこく聞かれたんで、神様がつけてくれたサインだよっていう。
息子さんはそれに対してどういった反応をしてたんでしょう。
なんか喜んでましたよ。
そうなんです。
今満喫に寝泊まりする人ってどのぐらいいるんですかね。
どれくらいなんでしょうね。僕もちょっとその統計は調べてないですけども、かなりの人数には上ると思います。
戻りました。江野さんに来てもらいました。
どうもどうも。
どうも。
はじめまして。はじめまして。若槻と申します。
江野と言います。
どうぞいらっしゃい。狭いですけどどうぞ。はい。どうも。
どうもご無沙汰してます。
ご無沙汰してます。ここ住んであるんですか。
いや、これ事務所ですから。
めちゃめちゃ広いですね。こっちもお部屋あるんですね。
こちらにどうぞ。
はい。新宿からめちゃくちゃ近いですね、ここ。
そうですね。
ここ住んでるんじゃなかったら他に住んではるんですか。
そうですね。ここには誰も住んでませんから。
これ事件の当日にカメラを回してた方から提供いただいた映像なんですけど、すみません。
ようちゃんはそうですね。
これの映像のことは聞いてたんですけど。
あるっていうのはご存知でした。こんな状況だったっていうことは。
もう僕もこの時多分もうなんか倒れてたんじ
でもそうですね。それでこれの後でカメラが振り返るんですよ。そうすると江野さん自身が刺されているところがあって、この辺り、ここの空のところに黒い物体が、この辺りです。
すごい。
もう一回巻き戻 動しますね。
Like every bad UFO video with a fucking bug.
すごいですね。
どう思いますか？
いやだってこんな飛んでるとは思ってなかったんで。
まあ、月県の、父親にも取材をすることができて、気になる写真をお借りしてきたんですけど、子供の頃の写真でここにあざが写ってるんですけれども、そのあざが
ちょっと待って、これって僕の傷と、
はい、似ているかなという。
似てるんですよ。
いや一緒じゃないですかこれ。正直刺された瞬間ね、なんかこれが神のね、神様の導きによるものなら死んでもええなと思ったんですよ。ほんまなんかうんこみたいなしょうもない人生を送ってたから、松木さんのことをなんか恨んだり憎んだりしてるわけじゃないんですよ。全くそういうのはなくて、やっぱり感謝してるというか救ってもらったというかね、ほんまそのね、そういうどうしようもないうんこみたいな生活から僕はこっちに来て、そっからもう奇跡の連続ですから。
奇跡の連続っていうのは具体的にはどういうことなんですか？
まあそれは言えないですけどね。
それは言えないんですか？
まあでもそれはほんまに奇跡の連続だし、奇跡の日々です。
要するに不思議な現象が起きていると、まあ一般的に見て不思議な現象が起きていると、目に見える形で。
そうです、目に見える形で、
奇跡の出来事が起きていると。
He just jumps right into it, man.
瞬間ね、なんかこれが神のね、神様の導きによるものなら死んでもええなと思ったんですよ。ほんまなんかうんこみたいなしょうもない人生を送ってたから、松木さんのことをなんか恨んだり憎んだりしてるわけじゃないんですよ。全くそういうのはなくて、やっぱり感謝してるというか救ってもらったというかね、ほんまそのね、そういうどうしようもないうんこみたいな生活から僕はこっちに来て、そっからもう奇跡の連続ですから。
奇跡の連続っていうのは具体的にはどういうことなんですか？
まあそれは言えないですけどね。
それは言えないんですか？
まあでもそれはほんまに奇跡の連続だし、奇跡の日々です。
要するに不思議な現象が起きていると、まあ一般的に見て不思議な現象が起きていると、目に見える形で。
そうです、目に見える形で、
奇跡の出来事が起きていると。
でもまあ何が起こっているかわからないのに奇跡って言われてもちょっとなんだかよくわからないんですけど、
まあなんかね、ちょっと感性が鈍そうな感じです。
まあ普通一般の人はそういう感じだと私は思いますけどね。でも実際見たわけですよね。見たものを奇跡って思ってるんですよね。
そういうの撮れないんですかね？そういうの撮影できないんですかね？
僕自身だってやっぱりそのいつパッて出てくるっていうのはね、時間とかそういうのが分かんないんで、日々起こってることではあるんですけど、
日々っていうのは大体まあ平均でいうと1日に1回ぐらいはその奇跡っていう。
Okay, I love the pen around the fucking neck. I was obsessed with that as a kid for whatever reason. Freaking ghostwriter, anybody?
起きてるんです。
そうですね。
1日に1回も起きてるんですか？
まあ平均したらね、そういう感じになるんじゃないですかね。
それじゃあ例えば僕がその矢野さんにもし密着してもほとんど常にカメラを回してるような状況であったとすれば、何かを捉える可能性っていうのは非常に高いってことですか？
まあそうですね、捉えれるんじゃないですかね。 399の江野と言いますけど、いつもお世話になってます。はい、明日の確認なんですけど、そうですか。はい。短いのでもいいんで、なんとかなりませんか。はい。わかりました。ちょっと待機しておきますんで、はい。どうもありがとうございます。失礼します。待機になりましたね。
待機っていうのは何ですか？
明日だから他の現場で欠席者とか、無断欠勤とか遅刻とかがあった場合に、その補充というか何ですかね、その欠員を埋めるために代わりに行くっていう。それがだから朝6時から9時まで待機してて、その間にかかってきたら
9時から9時までですか？
そうなんですよ。
欠員が出ない場合もあるわけ？
いや、もうそっちの方が多いですよ。
そっちの方が多い？
断然多いです。
でも一応その3時間待機したっていう分のお金は多少いただけるってことですか？
いや、ないですよ。
ないんですか？
ないです。
100円ショップが一番
多いか。だってこれ安いですからね。
それは解説かなんかを
グラムを見て、一応これグラムって書いてますけど、一応重さも自分でなんとなく手で測ってます。
手の感覚の方をちょっと割り
大体覚えてますね。
栄養偏りますよね。
これ野菜も入ってないんですか？ほら、キャベツですかね。
ちょっとだけですよね。
すみません、ちょっと100円あります。すみません。6時4分。じゃあ
何分か過ぎてからまたかかってくるみたいな。
いやー、ほぼないですね。
どうしますかね。でもお金本当に。
いや、もうちょっとやばいですね。
メガマフィンのセット。
メガマフィン。
うまいですね。
うまいです。実際今日ネットカフェに泊まるお金っていうのはあるんですか？
いや、正直ないです。
それじゃあ今日はどうするつもりですか？
だからまだちょっとあるんで、でもネットカフェにはとても行かれるから、
高い人出ましたね。
これ別に江野さんが自分の意思で動かしたわけではない。
いや、僕にはそんな力ないですけど。
え？
見たでしょ、今触ってないでしょ、全然。
すごいです。
こんなんしょっちゅう起きてますよ。
どういうことですか？しょっちゅうっていうのは
日常的には起きてますって。UFO とかいっぱい見てますよ。あの事件以来はすごい見てます。で、特に最近なんかもっと見てるし、あと UFO だけじゃなくて幽霊も見てるし、UFO と幽霊同時に見たこともあるし、でだから声とかもしょっちゅう聞こえてくるし。
声がしたんですよね。声が聞こえたんですよ。
いつから聞こえてるんですか？今のそういう声って。
まあそうですね。退院してから。
退院してから。事件が起きる前に江野さんが聞こえてた声っていうのと、まあ同じような声だっていうふうに考えてるんですか？
いやだから何って喋ってるかわからんから。
宮声ような声。
まあそう言われれば宮声かなっていう。
もらってもいいですか？いいですよ。すいません。
こちらのビデオカメラでまあ撮っていただければなというふうに思うんですけれども、もしですねそれ捉えられた時にはギャラをお支払いしますので。
ギャラもらえるんですか？
ギャラをお支払いします。
お金もらえるってことですよね。
はい。ですよね。
払います。本当ですか？はい。ああ、嬉しいですよ。頑張ってください。なんかギャラってなんか業界みたいですね。なんか何回もで取ったらその分こう数にこう比例していくわけです。
それで大丈夫ですよね。
まあ監督にお任せしている予算の中でやってもらえるんであればお任せしますか
？3回ぐらい取ったら、かける3と思っていいんですか？
そうですそうです。取れた数だけお支払いします。
だからまあ常にいっぱいずっと回しといていいってことですね。
そうですね。
確かにじゃないですか。
わかりました。もしあれだったらなんですけど、ちょっと何日か止めてもらえたらなと思うんですけど。いや、何日かここに、いや何日かというかここに
ここに、
はい、そうしてもらえるとすごく。
なるほど。
ちょっと難しいかもしれないな。初めてやってるわけだし。
まあ考え方なんですけど、結構すごい映像がたくさん撮れることになるんじゃないかと思うんです。
それは期待してますけど。
渡すのはもうね、一回本当にね数千円とかなわけですから、いくら数があっても、だからそれを考えるとね、トータルで見るとかなり元は取れるっていうか、むしろ相当な得になるんではないかと。例えば1週間ぐらいそのビデオをお渡ししてね、1週間ぐらいあれば結構な数の不思議な映像、不思議な現象っていうのを撮ることはできそうですかね？
もう撮れると思います。
とりあえず1週間は泊まっていただいていいですよと。問題ない。
いや僕はもうありがたいです。
でもいいの撮れるといいですね。
そうですね。じゃあお休みになるのはこっちのスペースみたいな。これね。
はい、すみません。
ちょっと一旦我々も一旦っていうかとりあえずいなくなっちゃいますけど。
タバコ
は。Fuck.
すみません。
I've known so many fucking bums like this. God damn. Not to say that maybe he's not down on his luck, but as soon as people start asking me for cigarettes, they get the side eye.
すみません、本当ありがとうございます。
すみません。
今日から1週間この事務所に泊まれることになりました。すぐなんかすごい映像が撮れると思うんで、ほんならまたこの撮影が終わるまでずっと入れると思うんで、終わりは絶対来ますけど、それまで頑張ります。ちょっと今から寝ますんで。 はい、明日の予約の確認はい。はい。ありがとうございます。週5回、1ヶ月ですか？ありがとうございます。はい、失礼します。はい。仕事決まりました。とりあえず、週5回で1ヶ月決まりました。はい。もう良かったです、とにかく。ちょっと頑張ります。そう、近すぎた。
乾杯。
乾杯。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
Motherfucker spending his money.
これうまいですね。いや、僕も生飲むの久しぶりなんで。じゃあ、上カルビとハラミと上。
This motherfucker. God, I forgot about this shit. He doesn't even have the pay yet.
とホルモンとトントロと
いきますね。
ユッケとあとサムゲタン。いきましょう。
好きっ腹にそんな飲んで絶対
大丈夫？いやちょっとあれですけど、でも今日家あるんでね。料理も久しぶりなんで。いや、うまいです。
He has been eating ramen though.
でもね、満喫の方が結構、シャワー入れるしね、そのクーラー効いてるし、その何ていうんですか、光熱費というかいらんから使わんでいいですよね。
そうかもしれないね。
飲み物飲み放題とかね。
そうかもしれない。
あるんですよね。ちょっと姉ちゃん何してるそれ？
これ知らないですかね。指をこういう風に回して一個一個いってこうやっていくと頭が良くなるっていう感じ。
いやだからそういうことじゃなく、そういうことじゃなくてさ、みんなで話してんのなんで入ってこへんのよそれ。
聞いてたんですけど。
聞いてたも何も自分だけなんか別行動っておかしいやろそれ。
Oh, he's so fucking rude. Fuck. I got that gross feeling in my body from this son of a bitch.
いや、こいつ時々じゃないよ。だって自分インタビュー取ってる時もな、全然気持ち心がこもってないよ。そんなんでお前車体がお前心開くか。
インタビュアーっていうのは感情を込めないとダメですか？
感情を込めるとかじゃなくて、やっぱ寄り添うことが大事やろ。何でも寄り添うことから始めない。だからあれ男もできへんね。
寄り添わないとダメなんですか？
そうや、そら。
それは私のやり方としては、その変にインタビュアーが感情的になってしまうと見ている人がそのわけがわからなくなる。
いやインタビュアーとかいうもうそういう問題じゃなくて、自分の普段から
Why don't you tell her she should smile more too?
男もできへんしさ、そのインタビューもできへんわけだろ。
さんには言われたくないと思いますね。
いや言われたくないというか、もうそういうことよ。ハムカ
まあね、彼女もそういう部分あるかもしれないけど、いいじゃないですか今日は。
あるでしょ。
いいじゃない。
ちょっとタバコもらっていい？え？
明日も早いんで。
だからそういうとこはあかんねやろ。みんなこうやってその先輩がいっぱいいる中で
私がいない方が美味しくお肉が食べ
いやお前それはあかんわ。だからそれでなんか逃げるとこはあかんやろ。
逃げてないです。
ま
た明日仕事頑張ってください。
いやそれ何それ、もうそれロボットやんそれ。はい、すいません。ハラミ食べんの？
まあいい。
お疲れ様でした。
何あいつ。
まあハラミした。
あのブス何なんですか？あのブス。
いや
What an ass fuck.
いや愛嬌が全然ないですよ。あれブスでしょあれだって。
食べようよ。
社長ちょっとタバコもらっていいですか？
そうですよ。
白石さんそれよりもう敬語やめようよ。なんかよそよそしいでしょ。もうだからもういいよそんなん。もうタメ口でいこうよ。どう？せめてくんづけぐらいでね。3なんかないでしょそんな。
じゃあわかりました。じゃあ分かった。
もう
じゃあ
それいいかな。
今後はじゃあ江野くんで。
江野くんで来てよ。
そうタメ口になるとこう方言が出て、それで相手が何を言ってるのか分かんない時とかがあって。
何それ東北とかそんなの？
いや東北じゃなくて福岡で。
福岡なんか全然 OK やん。その西日本やんか。社長はどこなん？
俺は東京。
そりゃあかんわ。俺は西やんだって。
あかんのか。
白石君一杯ぐらい飲んだらええんちゃう？
俺はだって、
あ、生をじゃあ1個。はい。すみません。もうやっぱね、締めを外さなあかんよ。そういう風に声がこう聞こえてくんねん、俺にこ
う。声がなんて言ってんの？
声がしたんですよね。
声とかもしょっちゅう聞こえてくるし。
なんていう言葉を自分にこう声をかけて、本当は分かっとうやろ。
分かったんや
だってそんな嘘つくのが下手やもんや分かるもんそんな。
まあ一個だけ言うわ。俺が松木さんされた時にな、次はお前の番やでみたいなこと言われて言ったやろ、でもあれって、次お前刺すでっていう意味じゃないねん。お前にバトンタッチするでって意味やねん。だから俺のこの傷はバトンやねん。松木さんから受け取ったバトンやねん。だから神様が無言でたことを松木さんはやったわけよ。ちゃんとしたこうなんていうの神の儀式なわけよ。松木さんの遺体が現に見つかってないでしょ。
まあ見つかってない。
それはもうだから別の次元に行ってしまったわけよ、松木さん自身が。
それから体ごと違う次元に行ってしまった。
そう
つまりあの事件っていうのが要するにその儀式であって、あの儀式を行ったことで松木健はその神様の世界に行けたっていうこと。
そう
榎野君も要するに松木健と同じことをやるっていうことですね。
でそれはちゃうよ。俺は人を殺したりするわけじゃなくて、また別のやり方で、ただまだ準備がそんなできてなくて、まだそれはあれやな。いやまだそれは言うことじゃないし、
もし榎野君がその儀式の中で人を殺すようなことをするんやったら、それは俺は止めるよ。そういうことをする。それはもうこういうタメ口を使う仲になった友達として俺は止めさせてもらう。
もちろんそういうことじゃないから。
人殺しは本当に絶対し
ない。先生。
This son of a bitch.
殺人とかね、殺人とか大量殺人みたいなことを考えてるじゃないですか。
まあはっきりとは言えないですけど、可能性はちょっと
可能性あるよね。
可能性を感じるような話してくれるね。
ちょっと行きます。
はい。じゃあ、よし。じゃあ、いってらっしゃい。
行ってきます。
はい。
今日はちょっと曇りやけど、なんか晴れそうな。今から行くとこは、吉祥寺です。吉祥寺集合なんで、新宿から本当は中央線に乗って、行けるんですけど、それが210円かかるんで、僕は京王線に乗って、だからあれやな、明大前まで行って京王井の頭線に乗り換えて、
ほんで吉祥寺行きます。そしたら、190円になります。まあ20円違うってことですね。今日の職種はビニール製品の梱包って聞いてます。俺酒臭いかなと思ってまあ大丈夫かな。新宿駅のそこから入ります。
お、交番交番。今俺捕まえるの何やるか分からんで。
集合場所の近くに着きました。今これ吉祥寺なんですけど、あそこに、あそこ集合場所で、多分あれネットとか持ってるんで建築現場やと思うけど、僕の、集合の人たちではないですね。ああいう風に集まってこう行きます。今時間は7時15分か。ちょっと
Yeah.
張り切って早くしすぎてしまいま
There's
した。
something, I don't know, man. There's something about the sound of stuff like this. Just the audio of people living and things living and stuff happening. It's very pleasant. And then the extra quiet, very natural presentation of all of it.
吉祥寺はこう7時10分ぐらいでもこんなに人がいっぱい歩いてます。ああ、そうだよ、った。あれ今ちょっと UFO 通ったけど乗らへんかった。あれみんな今日の労働を、終えました。こういう労働を終えてみんなでこう移動してきて、終わった時っていうのはすごい開放感があって、すごくこうなんか、ちょっと心なしかこうなんていうんですかね、この世界というかそういうのがいつもより美しく見えるような気がします。これはもうそれはちょっと曇ってるけど、曇ってるのも綺麗っていうか、やっぱ何でもやったらできんねんなって、なんかそういう風に祝福されてるようなこう空というか、やっぱ何でもやったらできんねんなって、なんかそういう風に祝福されてるようなこう空というか。
People have pooped on this movie. I feel like there's a brilliant element to it. Well, first off, back to the natural thing. It's incredible. I don't know. It's such a vibe to me. And I feel like a lot of found footage misses that. I think a lot of Japanese movies in general, especially from some of the more poor guys, really let that play out naturally. I kind of don't want to, I don't know. There was something I was going to say. I paused it for a reason, but I kind of don't want to. I don't think it really changes anything. But I mean, if you follow like UFO stuff, that looked like a plastic bag. And then the one that we saw earlier, it looked like a fucking bug flying across the screen. The kind of nonsense that you see in some of these subreddits, and they're like, it's proof, man. It's happening for real.
今日はあんま調子乗ったらあかんから、このカップラーメンにしました。我が家に到着です。まあ我が家言うと怒られるか。開いてんな。お疲れ様、おかえり。おったんや。タイマー。どうやった？仕事は。
もう仕事なんか終わって気持ちよかったよ。なんか今日、俺今日何も取れてないねんけどな。全然何も取れなかった。
まあまあ気が今日じゃない。
おおすげえ。
今のもその奇跡の一つ。
いや奇跡やろう、これ間違いないやろ。だって何も触ってなかったよ今。びっくりした俺も。
すごいな。インターネットの方でですね、ちょっと検索をかけまして、でちょっと調べてみたんですけども、一つだけちょっと非常に興味深いものをですね、見つけまして、漫画家さんのですね、渡辺ペコさんという方のブログだそうです。こういうような写真がありましてですね、ちょっと不思議な、模様を描いてしまったと、自動書記してしまったということなんだそうです。非常に驚いたんですが、私も、左側、松木の、あざですね、それに非常に似通った図形になってます。右の方はですね、江野さんの傷ですね、それと非常に共通点の多い模様になってます。
私は漫画のネーム絵コンテみたいなもの、ネームをここのお店でよく書いてるんですけども、時々あるんですけど、疲れてる時にその場でちょっとこううったた寝というか突っ伏して寝てしまったり居眠りすることがあるんですけど、あの時もですね、ちょうど多分居眠りをしてしまった直後ぐらい、もうなんか、寝起きというかちょっとうとうとしてる時に手が動いて、なんか勝手に動いて書いてしまったっていう状態だったと思います。これがネームで、この辺ですね。こんな感じで、本当無意識に手がなんかこうしびれたような感じで、なんか動いてるなと思って、でも止まらずにこうわーっとなんていうんですかね、ジャカジャカ結構動いてたので、びっくり、ちょっと不思議な感じ。意識はほとんどない。そうですね、自動書記というか、
今までもこういう感じではっきりとした図柄を描いたことは？
いえ、初めてですね。
この図柄を見て、渡辺さん自身何か感じるものとか見覚えとかっていうものはありますか？
いや、ないですね。
で、ちょっと話は変わるんですけれども、3年前に茗ヶ崎で渡辺さん大丈夫ですか？
渡辺さん、
具合は渡辺さんじゃあちょっと渡辺さん、大丈夫ですか？水もらってきます。さん、何でしょうこれ。
ちょっと待って、これ。
Corner folk. Sorry. You better get to that rock lady. Reveal more of this fucking mystery. I love the audio in this. Stuff like that. It's so different than Noroi. Also, we get to see some pretty stuff. Hell yeah.
あれ
霧の中に見えてるやつはそうですね。
That was a hell of a fucking hike.
あれが表側で、
はい。
で俺が写真に撮ってたのは
はい。
裏側。あそこの
裏に回り込めるんですか。
そう。裏手の井川の。
じゃあ行ってみますか。
行ってみよう。
そうですね。
そこから見たら同じでしょ。 3年前になるんですが、私は、一人で登山をして、こちらにやってきました。いくつかの場所をこう回って結構長期のそういう旅をしていく中で、一つの工程だったんですね。ここ
And it's coincidentally like hella foggy here right now to the point where it sounds like it's kind of raining.
山登りっていう非常に巨大な魅力的な形の石があるという情報を知って、で登ってみようと思ったわけですね。ここに到着した時になんか左足に違和感を感じて、この足のところにですね9匹ヒルがこう横並びに並んで足に吸い付いてたんですよ。怖かったんですぐ引き剥がしてですね、処理したんですけども。
はい。
ここになんか穴がある。おおおお。足が痛い。
足？私ドキュメンタリーを制作しているスタッフのものなんですけれども、お昼山に関して古代文字ですとかペトログラフについて研究をされている方がいらっしゃいましたら。
確か一人いらっしゃいますね。
そうですか。はい。
正しい学説ですよということでご紹介するわけではないんですけども、なんか怖い映画をなんか撮ってるという黒沢清さんという方なんですけど。
Yes!
黒沢清。
Kurosawa is, except for like Miike, he's one of my favorite Japanese directors. And he has very relaxed, chill stuff as well. But like one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life was Cure, which I championed forever. I had to get somebody in Australia to go find a copy of that on DVD at some, I don't know, local thrift or whatever it was. And that was all I had for years. And finally, I guess everybody started to figure it out. Criterion put out a release, and Eureka was the first one I got like 4 or 5 years ago. I didn't pick up the Criterion release. The Eureka one, I think, is probably one of the best. I've wanted to watch that for a while. We need to watch that shit. But now that Criterion has it, and that we've had some weird issues, I'm a little reluctant to watch it here. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure out where we're going to watch it. But fuck. I love that shit. It's an incredibly made movie. So the fact that he shows up in this, I love that he uses real life peeps like this. It's so delicious. Yeah, there he is.
黒沢監督はお昼山について興味を持たれたんですかね。
もうだいぶ前ですかね。どのぐらいでしょう。映画をやり始めるあたりと同じぐらいですかね。そうですね。独学で、好きだからということなんですけど、少しそういうもの、お昼山に関しては時々出かけまして、独自に 調べたりはしていますけど、はい、こうお昼山の山頂付近岩場が多いんですけど、いくつかこういう陣内文字というものなんですけども、こういう文字が書かれているわけですね。お昼山のものはかなりはっきり象形文字というか表意文字というか一つ一つの意味がちゃんと分かるというふうに書かれておりまして、今ではかなりはっきり内容が理解できるまで、解読が進んでいると言えるんじゃないですかね。
それは黒沢監督の独自の研究によって、
そうです。
分かるようになって、
はい、ですからまだまだこれは公のものではありません。
お昼山は神聖な祭祀の場所だということなんですけれども、
はい、
どのようなものが一体祀られている山なんですか？
これはズバリヒルコです。いろんな神が祀られてきた場所だということは言えるんですけども、ヒルコっていうのは、いわゆる日本神話に出てくる日本国が作られる過程ですけどもね、イザナミイザナギっていう聞いたことがあると思うんですけども、神が日本を作ったということなんですけど、その時に初めて、この2人の神が産んだ子供ですね、子供がヒルコと言われてるんですけども、実は5体満足でなかった、一種の奇形といいますか複写といいますか、手も足もない。
My bad, I had to get water, and I literally just ran out, of course. And I was thinking, oh, you better get some water today, Havoc. But no, I'm fucking stubborn. We will for sure. And maybe we'll just do it over there. It doesn't matter. I really doubt that they're tracking that kind of shit.
ような形をしていた。そこからこのお昼山という名前も出てきたんじゃないか。
ラあひらわま。我々先日お昼山に登った際に、すごく興味深いものを発見したんですけれども、そのことについてちょっともし分かればと思って監督に写真見ていただきたいんですけども、こういったお石を見つけたんですけれども、ここに刻まれているもの、クトロ岩のちょうど裏側の部分だったんですけれども、ちょっと隠れた見えないようなところがあったんですけれども、
これすごいんじゃないですかね。そうですか。これは分かんなかったですね。そうですか。
一体それはどういった意味なのかっていうのは分かりますか？
そうですね。この左のですけども、まずこういうものがあって、これは神託というか、神のお告げというか、神が命令するといったような意味ですね。これはいわゆる仏教でいう殺生というか、生き物を殺すという意味内容ですね。神の神託による一種の殺しといいますかね、そういった内容だと思います。で、これ右ですけども、同じようにこうなってまして、これはこれと同じで、これも神の、命令というか神託ということなんですが、こちら側ですね、これは、一種の、大災害といいますかね、天変地異というか、人為的なものも含むんですけども、こちらよりずっと大きな大災害というのでいいでしょう。神の命じた大災害、そういった意味を成していると言えると思いますね。
けるんですか？
開けましょう。調べた方がいいと思う。
なんかいろいろ。この金額すごいですよ。70万ぐらい入ってますよこれ。
70万？70万あったら部屋借りれるよ。
本当ですね。
なんかちらっと見た感じではその年月をかけてというか。
ちょっとずつ貯めていってる。
引き出さずに。
はい。
なんかのこれ準備式なんじゃないの？
準備資金って
大量殺戮とか。
はい、なんだっけ。いや、江野ですけど。いや、ちょっとやめてくださいよ。お前さ、ちゃんとやれよ。いや、やってますけど。ちゃんとやるっていう。ちゃんとやってますけど。
やってますじゃねえんだよ。俺がやってねえっつってんだからやってねえんだろお前。お前のせいでな仕事遅くなってんだよ。分かってんのかお前。
何がですか？
明日来んじゃねえぞお前。
明日仕事やから行きます。仕事
絶対来んじゃねえぞ。
仕事来たらお前どうなるか分かってんだよ。あいつがもうちょい行ったところで向こうで車にひかれるのが頭の中によぎったから、多分あれは余地やと思うけど、でもあんなうんこ野郎なんかには僕は絶対教えません。うわ、あいつの頭の上になんか気持ち悪いなんで持っていかれてもうたであいつ。俺がやったわけじゃなくて、別になんていうの、それ聞かれるのは分かってたけど、でも渡ったのはあいつやから、だから俺悪くないと思うし、気持ち切り替えていこう。この辺感じるな。ちょっとこの辺なんか感じるから、ちょっとこっから撮ってみようと思うわ。なんかおかしいなこの辺。おったったったった。白石君見てやちゃんと。これすげえ出てるよ。これどうなるん？あ。どこ？ケイタ？白石君どうや？見たやろさっきの。すごいやろ？なんかこの辺でもなんかこの商店街のところら辺でもなんか感じてるんで、ちょっとこの辺でまた見てみるわ。おっとっとっとっとっと、すげえこれ見たことないやろこれ。すごいこれ。わ気持ちすごい。どう白石君、これすごいやろこれ。もう完璧やろ。ありえんやろこれ。すげえこれ。ビッグスやろ。さっきとは全然ちゃうねんけど、なんかすごいあれで、なんか予感すんねんけど、こんなもんかな。なんかすげえですよ白石君。おお、でかでっかこれ。めっちゃでかい。おお見たこれ白石君、すごいよこれ。すごい。
これは
すごいやろ。
すごいね。
すごい。あの引かれた人どうなった？
大丈夫だ。
いや、あの人はちょっとわかんないですよね、あの後。
救急車来るとか見たんですけど、
あくまで予知なんだよね。
予知です、予知です。
そうさせたんじゃなくて、
いやいや、そんなんできないですよ、僕。
こう頭の上に映ってたなんか変な、なんていうの、あんなの見たことないけど、あれなんなの、
具体的にはあんなの初めてかな、でもやっぱ。
あ、本当です。新しいタイプなんや、じゃあ。
新しいタイプだよね。
あ、そうなんだ。本当に。
ほんまやったやろ、でも。
ああ、そうですね。
全然あんまりあれやったけど、でもびっくりしたやろ、これ見て。
まあ、はい。
いいですか、
ん？
いや、あれいいですか。
あ、ギャラ？はい。
はい。
あ、いいですよ、もちろん。もちろん払いますよ。今日いっぺんで夕方だけでしょ、これ。
夕方だけ。
ね、数時間でこれだけ取れちゃったんだから、ちょっと上乗せしておきますよ。
もうすか。
はい。なんかフードない？
あ、いやいやいやいや、そんなんいいですよ。そんなんいいです。僕なんかそんなあんまり形式的なのいらないんで、なんか裸でもらった方が結構なんか嬉しい。
領収書もある？領収書からあ、と23,000ぴったりで。
あ、そんなもらっていいですか。
はい。でもその前から言ってなんか何言ってるかよくわからん声っていうのはこういうことを別に知らせてくれたりはせんわけ。
いや、だから何言ってるかが分からへんから。こんなもらっていいんですか、本当。
どうぞどうぞ。
なんか今日せっかくやし。
Oh God, my vape!
焼肉でもおごるよ。
Okay. So, the fucking yen has fallen off big time. Back when this came out, it was probably like $250. Now it's probably like 130. It's probably, or like 150 maybe. Oh God. That's so bad. Look, oh Jesus Christ. Oh Lord. Yeah, look at that. Oh, what happened? What happened? Yeah, that's awful, man. It's awful.
みんな行きましょうよ。
私はちょっと他の打ち合わせが入ってるので。
そんなんでデートじゃん。
いや、まあ。
いや、
本当に打ち合わせなんで。
僕もちょっとダメなんですよ、今日。
あ、そうなんですか。
申し訳ないんだけど。あ、そうなんですか。まあ、じゃあ俺だけちょっと行っちゃおうかね。
行く？
いい？
行く
？2人で。
いやいや、いいよ、絶対。だってこれこんな稼いだ白石君のおかげやし。
まあ、やっぱ今日は映像を見せてもらったよね。もうやっぱ本当に全てを信じれたっていうか、まあ榎木がどういう儀式を行おうと思っておくかそれはまあ俺は分からんわけやけど、例えばもしそれがすごく反社会的なねことをもしやるとしても、例えばもしそれが松木さんが起こしたようなことを、まあ、やろうとしているんであるとしても、俺はもう今協力したいなっていう気持ちでおる。
それは本気で言ってんの？
それはもちろん本気よ。本気で言ってる。要するにこうやって映像作品を俺は作ることでさ、いろんなものがつながって見ることができるし、世界のね多くの人にもこれを完成させればまあ、こういう世界が本当にあるんだっていうことを見せることができる、そういう使命を俺は負っとんやないかなと思った。
分かった、でもそれ分かったよ。実は、事件の後に、あの後もずっと声が聞こえてて、だから白石君には何て言ってるか分からんみたいな感じで言ってたけど、実はちゃんと分かってて、
やっぱそうだね。
まあ、声が聞こえててずっと、だから相変わらずみたいな声で、
なんて言ってた？
自爆殺戮渋谷交差点って言ってたわけ。
自爆
だからでかい声で言うなんて聞こえるやんか。これが俺の使命。やっぱだから松木さんもそうやったわけやんか。崖から落ちたやろ。
そうやね。
そして別の次元に行ったっていう話したやんか。俺もそうなわけ。俺も自爆することによって俺は死なないわけ。死ぬんじゃなくてやっぱその自爆によって違う次元に行くわけ。
その爆発の瞬間に肉体ごとその別の高い次元の方に
高い次元に行くってことで、周りの巻き添えを食らった人たちもそこに行けるわけ。神の元へ行けるわけ。松木さんも選ばれた人間ってわけやんか、で俺も選ばれた人間ってわけやん、白石君も選ばれた人間なんじゃないかなと思ってるわけ、そこはポイントやんか。やっぱ選ばれた人間で、俺らはその使命を果たさなあかんわけやんか。
そうやね。
だからこれは申し訳ないけどね、白石君には申し訳ないよ。だって部屋まで当てがってもらって俺は貯金してたから今もう70万ぐらい貯まってんねん。
コツコツ貯めてた。
コツコツ貯めてたよ。でもさ、その軍資金でスクランブル交差点行って、めっちゃ人多い時にドカーンって感じで行くよ。
爆弾をじゃあ作るわけ。
もちろん作る。それはもう勉強したから。
いつぐらいに考えてんの？
まだもうちょっと金いるかなと思ったけど、今年白石君と出会ってさ、今年白石君もやる気になってて、その撮影するってなってんねんから、今やるべきなんかもしれない。それ最後食っていい？今やるべきやな。
渋谷のスクランブル交差点で自爆して大爆発を起こす。それが絵の具の儀式なわ
け。いや、ただ死なんでそれは。
今ちょっと話しとった絵の具に話しとった話は協力するっていう話は嘘ついた俺。絵の具に本当の話を聞き出すために俺は嘘ついとったっていう。
お前騙したんか。お前騙したん今。いや俺だって友達は思ってるから言ってんねやろ。なんで俺こんなから割ってんのにさ、それなんなんそれ。
江野君にそんなことだけど友達として江野君にそういうことさせたくないっていうことよ。人殺しをさせたくない。
いや人殺しじゃないって言ってるやんか。だからちゃんと向こう側に行けるわけ。
いやもちろん江野君はもしかしたらその向こう側の別の世界に行けるかもしれんけどそういう意思のないさ、行きたいと思ってない人たちまで巻き込むのはそれほらどうしてもおかしいと思う。
それ友達じゃないし、そんなだからその人たちも死ぬわけじゃないから。それは、
死ぬわけじゃないとしてもよ、死ぬわけじゃないとしても向こう側に要するに行きたいと思ってない人を連れていくのはおかしくないっていう。
いやだってそうかもしれんけど、だから死ぬつもりじゃなくて、だって向こうの神様の世界に行けるわけやで。
それはでも押し付けとうわけやん、江野君がさ、そこに来とる。
いやそれ俺じゃないやん。だってそれはそれ行かな分からんやんか。だってそれは
行ってそんなでも行ってダメやったら土下座するとそれ。
絶対こっちよりはいい世界やから。こんなクソみたいな世界じゃないから。こんな俺はだって使命を負ってる選ばれた人間なわけやで、その俺がやろうとしてることを白石君がそれをなんか無理に邪魔してさ、もう絶対バチ当たるよ。今起きるよ、絶対なんか起きるよ。
神様が
僕にね。
そうやって見てみたいね、俺もそしたらさ。
いやもう絶対
俺だって信じるさ、そんな
見したら絶対起きるよ。白石君起きるよ。
なんかじゃあ出てくる、なんか動く。
いやなんか分からんけどなんかなるよ。絶対起きるよ。
いや何も起きんよ。 何も起こらんっていうことはどういうことやと思う？でもこの
起こ
江野くんの気持ちを、江野くんの気持ちを今神様は汲んでくれてないやん。このコップ一つ動かさんやん神様。
絶対起きるよ。
江野くんさっきから何も起きん。
こんな白石君にこんなあれで出た上何も起きんわけないよ。絶対起きる。
江野くん
なんでやねん。よいしょ。ちょっと
おいおい
裏切り者がよ、この嘘つきがなあ、お前それどういうことやねん。お前俺信用してるから言ってるわけやろ。そうやな。お前ちょっとひどいないかお前それ。友達ちゃうわお前なんかよ。分かった分かったもう。お前さいいか。おい待てや。白石君起きたやろ奇跡。自分で分かってるやろ自分の使命がなあ。俺には分かんねん。白石君にも神様の刻印あるやろ。
足が痛い。
ほらやっぱそうやん。自分の使命分かってたやろ。白石君の使命はこうやって全部これを記録してさ、それを世間に発表することやんか。ほら白石君よし。めっちゃ重いで。結局は俺らがやろうとしてることもやっぱ重いことやんか。
そうやね。
なんかそれ背負ってる感じがするわ。でもカメラもちょっと持ったら重いじゃん。
これ重い。
何がどうのやってるのかちゃんと移動。地獄だぞ。
ちょっとやめてください。
こんなの使って
やめてくださいよ。
移動。ヒーローか一かパン。
やめてください。
寝てろ。一気じゃない。地獄だぞ。
なんでこれ取ろうとしたの？
わからん。痛そうやな。
痛いよ。世の中変なやつ通んな。
まだとリュックと、
うん
ボストンバッグみたいなやつに
うん
詰めるか、
うん
ちょっとこれ着るからさ、
おう
白石君手伝ってもらっていい？奥さんが旦那に着せるみたいな感じでこう袖から。
なるほど。じゃあ本番の時もじゃあ俺がそうやって着せてあげるとまずいわけね。
うん。
オッケー。
重大任務やな。こんな感じで下から持ってもらいたいのか。
こう向きはこうです。じゃあ行きます。これちょっと待って。これ体勢きつい大丈夫かいな。お
似合う。
おー似合う、かっこいいね。なんかヒーローっぽいね。
ほんま？
うん。
ビデオカメラさ、
うん
借りていい？向こう側に持っていきたいなと思って。
それで？
だからビデオカメラ持って行って向こう側の映像をもしかしたら撮れるかもしれへんやんか。
おお。
だから撮れたら白石君にまた送れるやんか。
おお。なんやろ。はい。はい誰？待って待って。ごめんチェーンがちょっと変わってた。ちょっと待って。あれちょっと外してる。忘れ物？何を忘れた？デジカメ？あったね、そういえばなんか。ちょっと待って。白くない？白い。
濡らさなあかんねんな。
大丈夫。ちょっとごめん。いや、分かった、取れた。ごめん。俺のやり方が。そんな難しいやり方でした。いや、なんか逆さまにするのはごめん、分からなかった俺。忘れとった。
白石さんって今日外で撮影じゃなかったでしたっけ？あれ？
いや、
江野さんとかもいるんですか？
今日ちょっと江野くんが休みになって、それでちょっと江野くんの
お疲れ様です。
日常を撮ってたんです。これ
なんかこの辺あったんですか？
いや、
それとかって。
いや、これなんか段ボール拾ってきて、結構今なんかベッドにしてん
デジカメ。
このカメラでいいんですよね。
うん。
バッテリーとか入ってるんでしょうかね。はい。なんかすごい忙しそうな感じでしたね。
日曜をちょっと撮ってもら
江野くんのこの今日の仕事が休みになった日常、だらだらとした日常をちょっと。いや、そういうのもあるかなっていう。
なんかこの辺とかにテープとかなかったですか？
いや、あれは
これじゃないし、
テープは
とりあえず、忘れ物取りに来たんで。
ごめん。
お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様でした。
こんなこぼしもない。
こぼしすぎやろこれ。こんな白いのおかしいやん、これどう見ても。
おかしいな。こうやって見ておかしいな。じゃあね、俺拭いてる時は分からへんかってん。
焦ったのは分かるけど、こんなもうめちゃくちゃやんこれ。
めちゃめちゃやからしゃあないんだって。
やばい、栗林やばいわ。そんな当然来ることないんやけどね。これだってスイッチぶら下がっとるやんこれ。笑い事じゃないよこれ。
いや、笑い事じゃないよ。ないけど、それスイッチ
完全にスイッチぶら下がっとるよね。
いや、笑うしかないやろ。もうでも別にもう終わりやからいいやん。 なんかもういよいよやな。
江野くんあれすごいやん。
うおめっちゃ集まってきてるやん。すごいね。すごいね白石君。うお見て。うおすごいよ、完全に来てるよこれ俺らに。
小田君ついてきてる。
すごいよ、来てるよ。俺についてきてんねんで。俺についてきてるやろ。
本当や。
俺完全に俺についてきてんで。完全に俺についてきてるよ。すげえ。そんなもんじゃないやろ。俺祝福してくれてんな。白石君めっちゃ来てるよ。めちゃめちゃ来てるよ。完全に俺に来てるよ。白石君なあ、俺あっちの世界行くからな。ドカンドカン行くでここでなあ。完全に俺祝福してるやろこれだって。ああ白石君いっぱい来たで。いっぱい来た。いっぱい来た。いっぱい来た。これじゃあ牛丼特盛りで。あでも狂気病になるしやめとくから。じゃあやっぱ焼き魚かな。焼き魚。狂気病になったらあかんしよ。
Should we back it up?
焼き魚かな。やってるよ。白石君なあ、俺あっちの世界行くからな。ドカンドカン行くでここでなあ。完全に俺祝福してるやろこれだって。ああ白石君いっぱい来たで。いっぱい来た。いっぱい来た。いっぱい来た。いっぱい来た。これじゃあ牛丼特盛りで。あでも狂気病になるしやめとくから。じゃあやっぱ焼き魚かな。焼き魚。闘牛病になったらあかんしよ。
Yo, what the hell?
はい。渋谷の方に。
渋谷の方へ。駅の方向かっていけばいいんですか？
駅の方で。
タクシーの運転手は収入がないですからほとんどね。300万か400万ぐらいですから。東京の。
ああ年収が。
ああ。もう全然ダメですよ。
渋谷の交差点らへんめちゃめちゃ人多いですもんね。
ああ人多いですよね。
あそこでなんかテロみたいなの起きたらほんま大変ですね。
まあそうですね。
いいんかね。いいんかね。
何が？
まあいいよね。
いいよ。
間違ってないよね。
全然間違ってないよ。
ありがとうございます。どうもありがとうございました。
その名も赤坂ウォーターパーク、チケット絶賛販売中。
どこ行く？なんか白石君知ってる店？インドカレー？
時々
あ
行ったけど。
あ、インドカレーってインド料理みたいなやつってこと？
そうインド料理。
俺インド料理食べたことないから。これ？
そう。
食べ放題で1050円って安いんじゃん。行こうか。なんかうまいな。
インドといえばインドカレーに違うよね。
すごい、インド行ったらインディじゃん。
インディ。
I don't know why they bleep that.
インディってこと？
だからインディアナだろ。あれそういうことやろ。
確かに今公開中やからね。
今やってんの？
今知らんの？インディこうよ。インディ
見に行こうよ。いや俺めっちゃインディ好きだもん。
あ、ほら。
めっちゃ好きだ。これや。あ、この人あれじゃん、ワンの人じゃん。
ワンの人はレイダースの人で。
あの人まだ出てんねや。これチケット俺出すわ。
あ、マジ？
うん。ずっと出してもらってるから。最後ぐらい。時間もちょうどええで。時間もちょうどええ。すごいな。あれはすごいと思う。だってさ、やっぱ白石君がインド料理行こうって言えへんかったら俺は思い出せへんかったわけとか、全部がつながってると思うねんか。それでこう見てあの内容やっていうのは絶対的にこれはなんか意味があるからもう奇跡やと思う。
そのタイミングでね。
もちろんだから見ることはもう決まってたんやろうけど、見ることによってなんていうかな、俺は押してもらってるというか、スパーグにも押してもらってるというか、正直もう一回インディ見たいぐらいよ。時間的にでも
いいんじゃない？一日伸ばしても。
それはできる。だからこれがインディがああいう内容じゃなかったら、俺はちょっとそう思ったかもしれない。じゃあ行こうか。
次の信号パッと行くわ。もう録画してくれ。もう録画しとくよ。確かずっと借りっぱなしになってる100円あるやんか。いつの？いや満喫で満喫したで。俺100円借りてんねんけど。
最初の方の。うん。
ちょっと返しとくわ。あんまり嬉しくない。すいません、ちょっと100円あります。すいません、すいません。遅なったけど返しとこう。
いや、これさ、このビデオカメラと一緒にこの100円玉も向こう側からこう送ってくれん？なんかその方が楽しいやん。分かった。なんて言っていいかちょっとわからんけど。あ、なった。
ありがとう。
今日一日私2人の後つけてたんですけど、何してるんですか2人で。いやだから何してるかちゃんと説明してくださいよ。ちゃんと説明してくれないと分かんないですよ。何か江野さんは今やばいことしようとしてるんですよね。だから騒がないでくださいよ。だから今何しようとしてるんですか。私警察に電話かけますから、これから。
ねえ、こっち来てって危ないって。危ないの危ないの。そこおったら危ないって。こっちに来てって。危ない危ないって。
もしもし。
危ない
警察ですか。ですね。
ちょっと
今渋谷のスクランブル。
Rowdy. I don't know how to do slow-mo on here, actually. Is it the same? Ah, fuck. I'm sorry. I know it went down, but I gotta know. I gotta see it. No, I don't want to do it like that. There's gotta be a fucking... There's gotta be a shortcut, you son of a bitch. That's what I was using. That's what I thought. Oh, I'm not... No, well, I'm a genius. That looks like a white girl. Okay, you can go faster than that. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. It doesn't know how to handle it. It doesn't know how to handle it at all. Okay, maybe that was a waste of my fucking life doing that. Oh, yeah, it doesn't like that shit at all. It doesn't like that shit at all. Let's get it back. Let's get it back to speed. It hates it. Okay. "21 years."
どうも久しぶりです。いやー、どうもやっと出てこれました。お疲れ様です。お疲れ様です。乾杯。乾杯。乾杯。さあ食べてね。はあ、ルイボスティー。ルイボスティー。うまいですね、これ。うまいでしょ。今ウーロン茶じゃなくて、こういうお店とか居酒屋でもお茶っつったらもう定番のルイボスティー。あ、そうなんですか。じゃあ、ウーロン茶ほとんど見ないみたいな感じ。そう、今もう最近もう全然見ないよ。うまっ。ここ美味しいよね。うまいですね、これ。超久々。超久々って今言いますか？言います。あ、言います？あ、たまにそうです。生き残ってる。落ち着きますね。なんか変わってないですもん。で、ここは確かに変わってないんだけど、だからこの店も今月いっぱいなんですよ。で閉めちゃうの。あ、じゃあ、そうなんですか。じゃあ僕ギリギリだったんですね。そう、アメリカ産のね、牛肉での狂牛病で、日本で10万人ぐらいが死んじゃったんですよ。そんな死んだんですか。10万人ってすごいですよね。で、焼肉屋さんがもう悪者みたいになっちゃって、まあ寂しい感じ。まあそうかもしれないね。なんか痛い。うわ、ちょっと大橋さん、これ見ましたよ。これ9匹の昼に吸われたとこからまた血出てますよ。これ何ですかこれ。うわこれこれ大橋さん、これエロ君が向こう側に持ってったビデオカメラですよ。これ、この100円、昔の100円、今の100円じゃないから。
God, I would love one of those setups. Hell yeah.
確かずっと借りっぱなしになってる100円あるやんか。遅なったけど返してくわ。
これさ、ビデオカメラと一緒に、こっちのこのビデオカメラと一緒にこの100円玉も向こう側からこう送ってくれん？なんかその方が楽しい。分かった。
行くわ。ほんまありがとう。
I tried to gently warn how that was gonna go. Like it's so silly in a way, but I don't know how else that could have ended. So yeah, I like it a lot. I can't watch it often. It's one of those, you know, because of the pacing and the kind of movie that it is. It needs to be spread out a little bit more, but still, man. I love it. I fucking love it. I feel like that's the only way it could have ended. Like maybe a little bit of it could have been cleaned up. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I think it was as good as it could be. I like the wiggly worms. This is a really good looking copy. I'm gonna just have to hang on to this one. Unless if I find out that like some Japanese one's subtitled. I'll never find it. I'll never fucking find it. Yeah, I think it's great. And I saw peeps that were like, they thought the ending was dumb. And it's like, okay, you know, I can respect that. I can respect it. And they try to compare it to Noroi, and it's like, don't you want it to be different though? The Wrigleys are excellent, and I feel like, in a way, they thematically connect to some stuff in his other things. Noroi, he talks about the worms eating him. I don't know. I am a big fan. And for somebody to go and make an excellent found footage done in the style of Noroi, and then to come and do this, which I feel was completely different. It's good. It's good. I love it. I love it. Yeah. I mean, they hung around till the end for a movie that's an hour and 50 minutes. So, like, it's got a little Photoshop silliness with the head coming off and the jellyfish. But, I don't know. The only reason that I even have a comment about it is because other people. Like maybe in my brain I'd be like, jellyfish, huh? Jellyfish in hell, how strange. But other than that, I genuinely also like it. So, and I'm glad to have a decent quality copy of that. It sucks that it's digitally, but I think that's just how it's going to be. Unless if something happens in the future and somebody figures out the genius of Shiraishi. I don't know what other found footages he has. I need to go look through his filmography and go find what I can. Because I know he has another one that I haven't seen that I've put off watching. And I think the reason I put off watching it is, I don't know. I just did. You know, you only get so many first watches, and there's very few directors that I hold in high esteem. Miike is one. Kiyoshi Kurosawa is another. And then Shiraishi. Like, if you were to look at IMDb 5 years ago, not even all of his movies were listed. I think he had, I don't know, maybe it was longer back. Maybe it was like 7 or 8 years ago. But there were these gaps in his filmography because his stuff just hadn't been brought over here. And now you go look and there's a lot more for these in-between films that he did. It was like Reincarnation, Noroi, this. There's another one he did called The Cult, I think, which we may watch tomorrow. Like, we may just do the same thing, go Mr. Manicore, catch up on some of that, and then watch this other one. That would be fresh to me as well, and I'll do it here. I have been unsuspended from Twitch. And they unpublished all of my videos. All of them! What was I going to look up? Oh, yeah. So now I have to go back and manually make my videos public again. Let's see. He's still working. Yeah, I would love to be able to own all of his stuff. Here it is, Cult. From 2013? Yeah, this may be the other one I want to watch. This is the one that kept showing up when I would search Occult, trying to find it back in the day. And the length of these last two movies, a lot of found footage barely cracks the hour and a half, if even that. You know what? I just realized that Alive got a Blu-ray release. Yeah. Like, they still exist. They weren't deleted because I went and looked at my channel and I'm like, oh god, it shows no videos, which was concerning. But for whatever reason, they just hit the unpublished button, so I can go back and just click publish and do it all. But that's all my folders, and that's a lot of games. That's a lot of videos over a long fucking time. So I know peeps are going back and watching some of those and catching up with some gameplay from a while back, and it takes a while. Like, peeps will straight up go to sleep to my nonsense. So let me see. Yep, it's all just gone for whatever reason. But they didn't take my money, at least. At the very least. I was concerned that they would try to get weird about that. I don't know, man. There's so many people doing so many awful things on Twitch, and it's like, really? Really? You want to come after me? You buttholes. You freaking turds. Maybe they'll all come back. Let me see. Where's my content manager? Yeah, it's all unpublished. It's so much stuff too, dude. It's like 800 things that I have to go back and redo. It's fine. I mean, I had unpublished quite a lot of my early stuff just because it was disorganized in a way that I didn't like. Because early on, peeps would save the entire highlight of their stream instead of breaking it up. And as is, I mean, my streams for like one game, it's like 8 hours. It really only exists for the people that come and press play and pass out to me. Scrubbing through Twitch sucks. Very few peeps go and catch up on like the old VODs. So I don't know. I should probably download all that shit and just edit it, even though the quality is like 720p. It sort of gives me a chance to reorganize it as well. Because I didn't get some of it into folders. But they took away my folders and they took away all my clips. Let's see. Well, maybe my clips are around. There's a lot. There's a lot of clips. I don't know. Maybe they are there. Unpublishing my clips would be messed up. Videos, clips. Oh, wait. Okay, so my clips are there. That's great. How about highlights? Nope, no videos found. You fuckers. How about all videos? Yeah, that's weird. Well, the clip stuck around. That's nice. That's something. Okay. Whatever. You jerks. Let's see. Tuesday. Let me try to find that movie real quick, just so it's locked and loaded. I've completely broken Edge, which is great. Ah, it was uploaded by Anonymous. Xvid, J-Horror. I want to know who was doing this. Nope, that's straight up porn. Why? Well, never mind that. I'll have to look on archive too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna go do the Twitch thing tomorrow. Ah, you know what? I do have to go refresh my keymailer code. I don't know. We'll figure it out, man. We'll figure it out. We'll see how I'm vibing. Either way, everybody knows where to find me. Yeah, I have 10 days to do Maniac. This morning I was really thinking about hopping back into 7 quickly. Yeah, they took away my accreditation for whatever reason. There we go. It's back. I'm accredited again. Excellent. That was easy. Doesn't let me do anything with my YouTube yet, though. I gotta build that up more. Well, it's not the worst thing. I do, yeah. We're definitely going to probably pop in here like once a week. To get the time, to get like the live time, and maybe to scoop up some other weirdos. We'll see. We'll see how the algorithm treats me. I have had randos find me. I don't think the movie thing is gonna do so well. Like, we'll lurk in a specific game category. Maybe we'll do retro here. Like weird, obscure retro. I'm not sure. I think there's a greater chance of like me getting popped into the algorithm on YouTube. Do stuff just generally around what I might want to press record on in the future for that channel. Cuz I need to do something with it. I had made a ton of content a few years ago with somebody, and then stuff happened. So everything I had banked is just sitting there like rotting. I haven't had the heart to like come back and start getting reorganized to go properly put stuff out there. But it's done well. We've picked up people not from the stream, and my views are not awful. And the watch time is good, so like even just getting this channel to a membership or to qualify for memberships and whatnot won't be that difficult. But I don't want to divide people across Twitch and YouTube, especially for the few bucks that people have or put into stuff. So we'll figure it out. Just kind of thinking out loud on it. But yeah, maybe like demos and retro content we'll do here. I don't know. I mean, that's something also I could just do on Twitch. We'll see. A day a week isn't such a big deal. I feel like YouTube isn't necessarily the best place for general degenning, internet browsing kind of stuff. I think I'll pop over here to like pluck stuff off of the shelf for like the PS4 or the PS3. Things that are in this like weird place. Like nobody's gonna go out of the way to watch some random Divinity Sin gameplay on Twitch, probably. Stuff like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Also, apparently, he made a fucking sequel to one of his movies. Maybe not. No, never mind. Whatever, it's fine. But yeah, I need to fucking get warmed up to making other stuff. It's time. It's time. I've been vibing it out. I have a lot of like organization stuff to do generally in life, in digitally, and so on. I've been taking it easy for too long. Well, taking it easy. At least content-wise. But we'll figure it out. I have all the time in the world, baby. I'm immortal. And delusional. Oh, yeah. I just checked into Shiraishi. The man is still out there making found footage stuff. Oh, this looks dope. He's a busy son of a bitch. This has like multiple sequels. All in the last couple of years. He's a busy son of a bitch. I have no way to find any of this though. What is this? Asian horror. Somebody has it on YouTube. Is it translated? Yeah, he's out there still filming with fucking shitty digital cameras. It's fantastic. Let me see if we got any captions. Yep, there's hard subs. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, good. I may have to start grabbing. Oh, it's all here. Operation. Excellent. Also, he's made sequels. I knew he did like sequels-ish around the Slit-Mouthed Woman. But it looks like he's kept that going. Yo. Okay, dope. Dope. Yeah, I'll look into this more later. That's exciting. I'm hype. I'm hyped for that. But yeah, I don't know. I have something I need to just play for Keymailer. Called Maniac. Like a roguelike Grand Theft Auto insane clone. I don't have to play that much of it. But other than that, I can do whatever I want. We got to do some more Final Fantasy VII. We got to do 16. And I've been really feeling retro, like big time. I want to play Chrono Trigger since I've never played it. It's been in my brains, but I got to work out my 3DS situation. I'm trying to make some like specific trades to fund that. I want to see if Loopy will take some rando things that I have. She did. She finished it. It's over. She hasn't said much about it. She's probably been fucking busy and dying. I think she has like cleanup stuck in her brain and then doing hard mode. Which is going to be bonkers. I'm really looking forward to hard mode. I feel like we have to play the game in a completely different way for that one to work. So I'm excited for that. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about like materia combinations and other weirdo things to beat these guys. I think every single boss is going to be something that we have to plan out properly ahead of time. Yeah, that to me is fun. Because with the OG Final Fantasy VII, over all of this time, they were able to, I don't know, we've all been able to like break the game. Stuff that seemed impossible back in the day, you can now cheese because of the way that materia was generally designed. And I'm feeling a little bit of that here. There's not as much materia because they've spread it out. Like, we have a couple of summons, but you can't summon at will in this game. So immediately, boom, all of that's gone. All of the weird stuff that you can do with like Knights of the Round and so on is off the table. There's no counterattack. There's no like quadra magic. It's a different kind of building. But still, it's something. I had a video regarding Rebirth that I wanted to peep. I think they took it down. I think it's gone. I think they got shat on too much for their theory. Either way, there's some really interesting stuff in there to play with for builds. And the accessories, in a way, have expanded the builds. Even if we get it to the point where you can just like cheese everything. I didn't watch it yet. I just kind of like peeped it and scrolled. I wanted to save it. There's also a surprising amount of ending videos for this. I think somebody had linked it up on Reddit. And the comments there were hell. Let's see. Let's browse around a little bit. We'll finish up with this, and then I'll go hang out with the kitty cat.
This theory is going to be true. I'm just taking it from a very literal value. Whatever the game tells us, I'm going to assume that's true. And it just gives you a nice little perspective that does make sense.
Get off my screen! Get off! Where did you come from? Where did you come from, you son of a bitch?
Plan. His plan is the reunion, but the reunion is not like the OG. The reunion is when the worlds merge, meaning he's going to merge every timeline into one. So he's effectively getting rid of the multiverse. Why does he want this to happen? Because it doesn't matter what happens in the OG, doesn't matter what happens in any other timeline that he loses.
Yeah, already. Now, let's see.
If he makes Remake the only timeline and he wins, that means he wins it all. Because it's the only timeline left. But it also means if he loses, he forever loses. And that is one way you can just wrap up the entire FF7 story, right? There's no more if, ands, or about because there's only one timeline. Sephiroth's gone permanently. Story's done. So how is Sephiroth going to win? He needs the black materia to cast Meteor. And he's using Cloud to get him the black materia. And then he needs to stop Holy, which stops the Meteor. And so we see how in Costa del Sol, Aerith, white materia got erased by Whispers. And Sephiroth's been hunting down Aerith in every other timeline. Remember, he's like, I finally found you. This is where you're hiding, right? And then he got outplayed because Aerith actually managed to get a white materia into the remake's timeline by giving it to Cloud.
Ah, man, I just heard like the smallest bit of the music and it fucked me up.
Sephiroth sees Cloud with the white materia in the remake timeline. He's like, that doesn't belong here. He realized he got outplayed. So he's going to have to figure out some way to counteract Holy now. So now to address the fate of our characters, Zack and Aerith. So every time we see the rainbow light, it means like a timeline, like some time shenanigans happen, right? And we see this happen every time Zack...
It's not time shenanigans, bro.
...makes a decision. It's to kind of show you this plot device, right?
Get off my screen!
When Cloud Sword collides with Sephiroth's. And seemingly, there's now a timeline where Aerith so-called lives and where she dies. And we know it's not just Cloud's delusions. It's because Tifa can see a Aerith that has blood and has no blood. But in the remake timeline, she got killed. And so why does this matter? Why is it relevant? Because guess what? When the reunion happens, when we're merging all the timelines into the remake timeline, that means if there's a timeline where Aerith lives, that means Aerith will live in the remake timeline when the merge happens. Same thing with Zack, right? It doesn't matter if Zack gets gunned down in all those timelines. We know there's one Zack that is still alive, and when that merges into the remake timeline, he'll be alive again. So in part 3, I wouldn't be surprised that the reunion happens, and then the whole crew is now here to stop Sephiroth. But it doesn't mean everyone's gonna live. Zack could still very well die. Aerith can still very well die. But like I said, this is taking the story at a very literal value, but it just makes a lot of sense. Why would you do all this timeline shenanigans if in the end they don't reunite again, right? So if this is true, then it just shows like the multiverse really isn't something that people need to care about. But I mean, there could be a lot of like crazy multiverse like plot twists that can happen. But at the end of the day, there's no way of knowing. This, like I said, this is just one of the theories. This is the simplest one, right? You're just taking whatever the game's telling at you as truth. And hey, creating like crazy theories and, you know, some of the really crackpot theories, it's all in fun, right? Until we get to part 3. This is what we have to do for the next 4 or 5 years, right? While we're waiting.
Nah. Also, why are you on my screen? Where's my fucking desktop? Button, you son of a bitch. Thank you. That was weird. I could not figure out where that was coming from. Yeah, I don't know about any of that shit. I don't know about none of that shit. Tripping. You're tripping. It's just... She knows, man. She knows. Oh, snap. Can't wait for her to be back. Actually, I just turned my bot and everything back on over there. No, there was nothing in the queue. Okay. There was nothing in the queue. I don't know, bro. I know. Yeah, there's gonna be some stuff. There's gonna be some stuff that we need to revisit. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I am going to, in the next couple of weeks, try to get a Capture 3DS, because I do not want them to fucking disappear before I've gotten one. There's so many games. I love the DS, and it's mostly for the Nintendo DS games. But with that, I can start with like Crisis Core, and then there's a bunch of other great JRPGs that I have on my shelves. Gems that are stuck on the DS or look better on the DS than they look on anything else. It's like 7, 16, Crisis Core, or not Crisis Core, Chrono Trigger. I know Tales of Arise is in there somewhere. I have another Final Fantasy coming, actually, that I got for free, because Mercari did a deal thingy, and I caught it for free, basically. So there's a bunch of stuff, and I want to play the remakes of 3 and 4. Fuck. We're going to be a Final Fantasy channel and a JRPG channel for a while, and maybe what I'll do is I'll fucking come over to Twitch, or come over to YouTube to do other stuff. I don't know. I know, dude. I know. And I see all these videos that are like part 3, maybe sooner than you think. And it's like, you don't know. You're just assuming. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, we got to get to 500 subs on YouTube, which I don't know. I got to like 1,000 in a couple of weeks here on Twitch. So if I go out there and do some work and burst my ass, we should be okay. And then the public watch hours, which is nothing. I can do that easy. Even if it's just like streaming often. But I do miss Twitch. There's a lot about Twitch that's so much better. Just vibe-wise, I feel it. Yeah, and that's not super far away either. If they could make the anniversary, that would be great. I think we'll be okay, man. I think we'll be okay. I think we have enough stuff in between to fiddle with, and there's still replays, and there's still the OG to play, and we can play the OG in different ways because I'd like to mod it, and I have some challenge runs that I want to do. Like, I'd love to run through it with just summons or just limit or just whatever, no items and so on. Just items even. However, we're going to do that. Yeah, in the customization, like everybody gets the different colored names and with the animated emotes and so on. Like when I hit 500 subs and we have the watch hours and I can monetize the channel, then I can do emotes and the like. Like I really don't care if it gets monetized, but it does suck that we've lost some of that. I don't know, some of that interaction, some of that ridiculousness. It's definitely a different vibe. That's why I need to kind of gut-wise figure out what I would like to do here. Because I got to do something. It's 2027 to line up with the 30th anniversary. Yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it all out. We'll figure it all out. Yeah, it does. There is like a hint of delay, and it may be a kind of lag. Like maybe it doesn't buffer. But it could just be that watching for a long period of time, you slowly get behind. You figure a frame here and there over the course of like 6 hours. Changes things up. Because I've checked, I've gone back and I've watched the channel and I've refreshed it. And it's like, meh, it's a second or two. It's not so bad. I can get it to catch back up. Let me see. I'll test it right now because I'm insane. I don't know why I have to be insane to do that, but I am. Here we go. There's a little bit of a lag there. Can I jump it to live? Yeah, it is live. Yeah, it's behind. It's behind. I wish I could fix that. I turned on ultra low latency too. It may just be that they're awful at what they do. Just kidding, YouTube. I love you. Give me all the big monies. Man. We'll see. There's a ton I want to do. There's a ton I want to do. Maybe I saved that rebirth thing. Let's watch one more rebirth video and then I'll get out of here for the day so it doesn't get to be too late. Also, man, getting to see Vincent again. We get to play as Vincent. We get to play as Sid. It's too far away. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I feel like all these people have made these theories and they're like, oh, this is definitive. This is exactly what it is. And it's kind of cooled me off to it in a way. But at the same time, I feel like that's how it was early with Remake. I don't know. A lot of people are catching up and finally finishing it, so there's got to be something lurking in here that I missed. I don't see it saved on my Reddit. Unfortunately. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, let me try this. Wow, you're fucking loud as hell. My surround sound's up too, for some reason.
By the time that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes to an end, even though it answers a lot of questions raised in Remake, it raises just as many, if not more, for things yet to come
Snowboarding.
in the Remake's trilogy's conclusion. As this new tale continues to expand and change more and more, questions about where it's headed and how it will end become much more prominent. Rebirth does an excellent job of tantalizingly teasing you with these questions. Here, we're going to talk about some of the biggest mysteries that are left lingering after Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's story draws to a conclusion. Note, there are major spoilers ahead for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Is Sephiroth from the future? This is something that fans have been asking since Final Fantasy VII Remake first came out, and though we still don't have a definitive answer, it is certainly becoming increasingly obvious. Over the course of 2 games, and especially in Rebirth in particular, Sephiroth is shown to be very much aware of the events of the original Final Fantasy VII, while in Rebirth he obviously also knows about the multiverse's existence, even having manipulated Cloud & Co. into defeating the Whispers in Remake. So, what does that tell us about Sephiroth and the nature of his very existence? Based on everything that we've seen of him in the Remake's trilogy so far, it does seem like this is perhaps a post-Advent Children version of the character who managed to find his way back to the beginning of the original game's events and started messing with time to try and change his fate. After all, he's made it abundantly clear on no few occasions by now that he wants to defy destiny, so it stands to reason that he knows what destiny it is exactly that he's defying. Will Zack survive? Seeing Zack Fair at the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake was a big shock, and seeing him survive the fateful encounter that ends in his death was an even bigger one. In Rebirth, it is revealed that by defeating the Whispers, the party inadvertently caused the creation of multiple different timelines, including the one where we see Zack still alive and heading to Midgar with a Mako-poisoned Cloud. Throughout the game, he continues to have an important role to play, even briefly overlapping with the main timeline to fight against Sephiroth side by side with Cloud. And in the aftermath, it's clear that his goal is to find a way to join his world with the main timeline. But is Zack going to come out of this whole thing alive? A big theme in Final Fantasy VII Remake's trilogy so far is that one way or another, no matter how hard you try, destiny cannot be defied. Characters have, one way or another, ended up meeting their fates the way that they were supposed to.
I had to get water because I'm crazy. Because I'm crazy. Everything I do is crazy. Trust me. My ulterior motives are insane. First off, the Sephiroth thing. From the future. I don't know. I don't know about that one. The whole one wing thing. Like, the only time we ever see him, ever, with the one wing like that, is from Advent Children. So if I wanted to have some kind of proof of that, it would be that evidence. I feel like I want to write something around not timelines or like multiverse, but more like possibilities. Like what we've witnessed is not something that actually exists in the way that we traditionally view things existing. It exists as a possibility. And that's language that's been used in the trailers for Ever Crisis. Oh, God. It was used in the trailers for Ever Crisis. Another possibility for a remake or a new possibility for a remake. Something like that. I feel like it was in the very first trailer that we ever saw for 7. See if I can find that OG announcement trailer. I'm gonna end up with porn. Just all porn. He was like 2015. It was E3. Yeah. You know, and I've been getting a lot of videos about that lately too. Oddly
Long
enough.
ago, we looked upon a foreboding sky.
Also, whose voice is that?
Of the star that threatened all burns eternal in our hearts. In its wake came an age of silence. Yet with each fond remembrance, we knew those encountered were not forgotten. That someday we would see them again. Perhaps it was no more than wishful thinking. But after the long calm, there are now the beginnings of a stir. The reunion at hand may bring joy. It may bring fear. But let us embrace whatever it brings. For they are coming back.
Good Lord, what a trailer.
At last, the promise has been made.
The Promise. There we go. That was what it was. Oh, goodness. We just watched this again not that long ago. It's been in the last couple of months. And, it does something to me. I remember everything about the day that I watched that trailer. Lord. I could play Remake again. I really like Remake. I know that we've been given a lot in Rebirth that almost in a way makes the game easier, at least for the, you know, the jerks, the shittier enemies. The weaker enemies, I guess. You're more stiff in Remake. I hope Rebirth hasn't fucked Remake up for me. And it could just be that I've been away from it for a week or so. And that's why I have insecure thoughts about it. Because when I was playing Rebirth, I'm like, oh, dude, I can easily go back and play Remake right now. I think in a way I preferred Remake. Maybe it was the hope to it. Maybe it was the hype to it. Maybe also it's that I've only had one playthrough of Rebirth and I didn't get to absorb some of the hype moments, which is crazy. And the reason that's crazy is like with some anime and some shows or movies that have these wonderful hype moments, the first time is the best time. You go back and you can't necessarily like reach those peaks the same way. And it also may be that the way that I consume stuff has changed, where now I expect something, or if I know something's going to be hype, I kind of break myself on the first viewing. I don't know. But anyway, going back and playing Remake a bunch, all of that stuff has only gotten more incredible. Hello! Hello! So I don't know. We'll see. We need to replay it.
In Zack's timeline, Biggs survived the fall of Sector 7, but eventually ended up dying anyway. In Remake, Wedge survived longer than he did in the original FF7, but was still eventually pushed to his death by the Whispers. And of course, at the end of Rebirth, Cloud tries his damnedest to save Aerith. And for a brief moment, it even looks like he succeeded. But she too ends up dying at Sephiroth's hand, just as she was always supposed to. So are Zack's attempts at finding a way to avoid his death going to be futile? In its final act, Rebirth shows us two different offshoots of Zack's main timeline. One where he tries to get a cure for Cloud from Shinra headquarters, and one where he attempts to stop Biggs from blowing up Reactor 6, and in both timelines, he's gunned down by a squad of Shinra troops.
What if it's more that he just finds a more complete, safe place? You know, since he's kind of in this weird, discombobulated world.
Exactly as he was at the end of Crisis Core. Is that the game's way of telling us that no matter what happens, one way or another, that's how Zack's story will always end? What will happen to the versions of Aerith and Cloud in Zack's timeline? Zack is in his own world, literally, for much of Final...
Yeah? Ah, yeah. I've been here for a bit. I usually am like a late night crazy person. But that's cool that I'm getting recommended here. Over on Twitch, I don't get recommended for nothing.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but he does have some familiar faces around him, of course. In addition to the likes of Biggs, Marlene, Elmira, Zack's story also ropes in versions of Aerith and Cloud who belong to that timeline. Neither is in great shape, to say the least, with Aerith being in a coma after Avalanche's failed escape attempt at Midgar, and Cloud being heavily Mako poisoned and zonked out of his mind. So what exactly will become of these two in particular? Are both of them going to die, or is Zack going to indeed try to join both timelines the way that Rebirth's ending seemed to imply? Are there just going to be two Clouds? Will Zack's version of Aerith end up dying because of her death in the main timeline? Or will, conversely, that end up being how Aerith returns to the original timeline? Speaking of which, can Aerith be brought back? Whether or not Aerith would still die in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was one of our biggest questions.
I know. I got suspended from there for a thing, and I figured I'd spend some time over here, so...
Questions heading into the game. And though we do now know that she died in similar fashion to how she died in the original game, there also seems to be hints that perhaps
but I'll be
she's not
here
permanently
at least
gone.
like once a week for a
starters,
while.
We do see her spirit not only lingering on, but even having entire conversations with Cloud, promising him that she will stay behind in the Forgotten Capital to try and stop Meteor. Sure, you might dismiss that as more Mako-addled hallucinations drummed up by Cloud's increasingly deteriorating mental state, since no one else in the party can see her, but Red 13 does very faintly sense her presence, so maybe
Yeah,
Cloud isn't
I
going
wonder
crazy.
if they did this, him sensing her presence, so we're not just assuming that it's Seth playing tricks on him, or just that he's generally crazy.
In this particular case. More on this in a bit. So, does that mean there's still a way to bring Aerith back? At the very least, even if she does remain dead, it's...
But she seems so eerie and weird in this version, but it also could be the CG for these cutscenes. It's amazing how much better it's better than remake. Hey, quite welcome. I am out of here after this video, but I'm usually around pretty weird hours, so I appreciate the subscription and the ding dong.
More of a role to play, albeit in spirit form, in the trilogy's third part than she did in that part of the original game's story. But could the party try and bring her back as well? Will Zack have a say in that? Will the multiverse and its different timelines and their many different versions of Aerith who are still alive end up being the way out from death for that character? Or will the lesson once again be that destiny cannot be defied, and even if Aerith does manage to have a larger presence following her death than she did in the original game, she is still going to remain conclusively dead?
Yeah, feed them critters.
How did Sephiroth gain control of the—
Man, I don't know. I think my problem is I have too many questions that I don't necessarily have a good hint about for Rebirth. Like with Remake, since it was just one game and we had 2 games worth of stuff, there was so much to speculate on. And here they've just opened up a lot of crazy person questions, man. I don't know.
Whispers. The Whispers were Final Fantasy VII Remake.
There's a lot of what's the deal with stuff.
Big main twist to a familiar story, and though they return in Rebirth, they do so in a different capacity. Originally described as mysterious beings who want to ensure that everything happens in the manner that it was prescribed, in Rebirth, Sephiroth has gained control over them, or a faction of them at any rate. Being outright summoned by Sephiroth from time to time, the Black Whisperers seem to be answering to him now, while multiple times we also see them going up against new, white versions of the Whispers. Of course, the question, or one of them at least, is how exactly did Sephiroth manage to gain control of the Black Whispers? In the first game, he very clearly did not align with what their ultimate goal was. He constantly prodded Cloud into defying destiny and pulled the strings so that they would be defeated by the party. Are we to assume that after their defeat, the Whispers in their weakened state fell under Sephiroth's influence and now just do his bidding? Also, what the hell is going on with those white Whispers? Who
okay. I feel like there's a little bit of ignorance to some of the other lore in Final Fantasy VII at this point, like the Lifestream Black, Lifestream White, and I don't know, maybe that he is generally getting more control over Remake as it progresses because he's getting more powerful. Like time has passed since he fell into the Lifestream. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Controls the White Whisper.
I'll probably be in here tomorrow. My suspension was lifted from Twitch, but I'll probably come and hang out here tomorrow and then go back to the norm over there and pick a day or 2 out of the week to come hang over here. I kind of want to figure out what I want to do that's different across the 2 platforms, so we'll see, but I appreciate it.
A little more than halfway
Trying to get myself
into
to 500.
Fantasy VII Rebirth, we're introduced to a White Whispers.
I've neglected
After
this
Tifa
channel
falls
for
into
sure.
the live
This
stream,
channel
she
for sure.
witnesses the weapons coming under attack from Sephiroth's Whispers, only for white, lustrous variants of the Whispers to come streaming in and start battling against the black counterparts to protect them. From that point forward, the White Whispers show up several more times and at crucial points in the story, each time showing up to fight against the regular Black Whispers. For starts, where do they come from? Second, who controls them? Are they in service only to the planet and the livestream, or are they perhaps controlled by Aerith, as the game strongly implies, and multiple times throughout the course of the party's multi-stage final boss fight against Sephiroth, where we see the White Whispers seemingly doing Aerith's bidding? Perhaps they're Whispers from a different timeline. Why can only Cloud see Aerith and the Sky Rifts?
I don't have enough brain power today to really dive in and question some of this stuff, but it's going to leave some questions in the back of my mind. We need to play again, I think, and then really start like writing down some concrete stuff in regard to it. Like I posed a lot of questions to myself in Keep, and we know more now heading into it.
Mental state has deteriorated significantly by the time Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes to a close, thanks to a double whammy of Sephiroth's corrupting influence and Cloud's own degradation. So when he is the only
Also, the fact we got to play the OG again too, I think. The fact that this here is in the OG is insanity.
in the entire party.
I know. Things have gotten so crazy. The fact that this here exists at all, the murmurs and wishes for a remake for forever, and the fact that we have it now, goodness.
Who can see Aerith's spirit after her death, and also see the Great Rift in the sky. Clearly, the game wants us to wonder whether he's just continuing to lose his grip on reality. Thanks to Zack's side of the story, however, we know without a doubt that the rift in the sky is very real, while Red 13 being able to sort of sense Aerith's presence at the end suggests that she isn't just a hallucination either. But why is it that Cloud is the only one who can see these things?
Okay, so you figure they're gonna get the like final crumbling of Cloud out of the way in the first, I don't want to say like the first few hours of the game. I think more realistically it's going to be like the first third, probably, maybe. We're probably going to touch in on Zack. I don't know. Maybe we don't even get Cloud back until like halfway through the game. You know, like we play as him, we go to Icicle Inn, we snowboard, we wander Great Glacier, so we still have time with him, of course. You know, up until like a third of the game has passed. And then he hands the black materia over. I mean, unless if they're changing stuff, I don't know. See, as soon as I start thinking that and how they're going to play it out, they could completely change everything. They're going to need to explain why Sephiroth wants to summon. Man, I am brain dead today. Goodness. Why Sephiroth wants to summon Meteor. Like, what's that going to do? How does that help his plan? When he's talking about this reunion of the possibilities, the timelines, the multiverse, the planes of reality, whatever the hell we're going to end up calling it. We have to see Cloud break down. Maybe we replay that part of the game again. That's, you know what? That would be something. Like, we watched it all shake out. Hold on. I'm going to crack a note down on this. But yeah, maybe we replay like part of the end of the game. Oh, this is full. Oh God. Oh, it's in my Google Docs. That's right. That's right. It doesn't have to be much. Like, they could flesh out the Forgotten City so we get to wander all of it the way that we did before. Not that there's a ton there, but there's still some stuff there. But they moved the black materia thing around. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I have to think about that. Every time something starts bubbling in my brain, I'm like, you know what? I need to marinate on that more because I'm just going to babble around nothingness. Because what would that be? We see a couple of more bits in the Forgotten City, which we're going to go back to the Forgotten City with Bugenhagen regardless. Is that when Cloud realizes what's happened? Go get them cows. I will definitely attempt to avoid being the fool of April. I appreciate the sub. Thanks for hollering at your peeps. Hope you have a good day. I've got you tabbed up. I'll come check you out. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe they would just do it as a cutscene instead of having to replay it. Because I don't think we're going to like fight the bosses and all that. That would be insane. I think that would mess with the pacing or people's expectations of the game. Also, you wouldn't have all of your gear. But I mean, for him to go in there, I can't start like that. Man, I don't know. I don't know. They need to hurry the hell up and release this sequel. Cause I have no idea. Shit. If things stay in a sort of logical path of progression, we start the game, maybe we have like a little taste of the open world. They're like, hey, if you've brought over a save from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and blah, 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 this is the deal with the world. You have access to the Tiny Bronco. You're going to go here. I don't know. They fixed the Tiny Bronco. See, nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about the fact that the Tiny Bronco was fixed and that all of that was out of order. The Tiny Bronco gets messed up when you're in Rocket Town. We didn't go to Rocket Town. It allows you to move around. You go to the Forgotten Capital, whatever the hell. None of that happened in this. It got messed up. And then they fixed it. They fixed it. I have no idea. I have no fucking clue. What's gonna happen? I'm thinking. I'm really want to figure this out. Because at the end of the game, he's like, we got to go up north. That's where he's at. Which I feel like we go in a linear fashion, maybe kind of like remake the first part of this trilogy. We go to Icicle Inn, we do Great Glacier, we get there, Cloud hands the Black Materia over, loses his fucking shit, we lose him, we get the hell out of there because the weapons wake up and stuff starts to go to hell. And then Sid could take us back to Rocket Town. Like, oh, I know a place where we can hide out, maybe? I don't know. They're clearly going to blow up Wutai. For all we know, with Wutai, they're going to give us a massive amount of map. This is a country, a group of people that managed to stand up to Shinra. So it can't just be like a little town in the corner of the map. We lose Cloud. We go to Rocket Town. Maybe we hear through the grapevine about Cloud and Mideel, so then we have to go to Mideel. Then we lose Tifa. Then we're running around as Sid. Mideel gets fucked up because of a weapon showing up, right? I think. Yeah, they have to expand Wutai. Wutai needs to have been big enough, or needs to be big enough to pose a threat to them. And you figure that's like a portion of the map that we haven't seen. It's this whole ass island. In the OG, it's big. You know, it's a big thing. See, there's nothing here, right? It's literally just this thing that you run. There's no caves. There's no cities. There's no towns. There's nothing. It's literally just fights. Crossing the bridges and fights till you get to Wutai. Unless if you have some other way to get up there. I don't remember. Maybe you can land here and do this in a different way. I don't recall. But look how large it is. That's a big motherfucker. There's got to be more to Wutai than just a bunch of empty land in this here. Yeah. He falls into the live stream, washes up in Medial. Tifa shows up. She stays with him. Then they start fucking with the huge materia. There. See, ultimate weapon. Ultimate weapon shows up. They fall into the live stream there. They go through it. Cloud's back in charge of the party. That could be a couple of chapters of just like Sid. Like a chapter of Tifa, a chapter of Sid. We get Cloud back. I don't know. It's getting to the point where it's just complicated enough that I may end up writing out the scenario that they are coming up with for it to work. Only thing is I know the OG, I know the info that we have in Rebirth and Remake, but I don't know what craziness they have ahead. And I can't say definitively that they're going to expand Wutai here. For all we know, all of this down here could be expanded as well. So maybe it's not just Medial. Maybe we also have Benora on the map from Crisis Core, which is supposed to be near Medial. They could expand this island just to give us more map, more stuff to play with. Rocket Town, Wutai, Medial, Bone Village, Icicle Inn, Northern Cave, or Great Glacier area. That's it. They're gonna have to do some stuff, man. We'll see.
Is it because of the connection to Sephiroth? Is it because now that he's traveled through the timelines once, he's now capable of being able to see things that weren't visible to him before? Sort of how nobody in Remake could see the Whispers until they came into contact with Aerith. Or perhaps there's some other answer to this question that we can't even begin to guess at yet. What really happened with the Gi? Just as in the original game, in FF7 Rebirth, upon entering Cosmo Canyon, Cloud and Co. accompany Red 13 and Bugenhagen into the place where the spirits of the ancient extraterrestrial tribe known as the Gi are locked away. And just like the original game, this is where we learn about Red 13's father Seto, and the sacrifice that he made to protect the people of Cosmo Canyon.
A bunch of great stuff.
But as opposed to the original, in Rebirth, that's just a fraction of what we find out, thanks to the new revelation that the black materia was built by the Gi as part of their conflict. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth does an excellent job of fleshing out this conflict, which had next to no role to play in the original game's story, and it gives us both sides of this perspective. In Cosmo Canyon, we know how they were portrayed, while in the Forgotten City, we hear from the ancients about how the Gi created the black materia with the most destructive of intentions. But which side of the story is the more accurate version of the truth? And on top of that, exactly how is the deal that Cloud strikes with the Gi going to come back to bite him in the future? Because there's no way that the Gi are going to be happy when they find out that Cloud never had any intention of giving them the black materia. What role will the Gi play in Part 3? The Gi tribe had a much larger part to play in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's story than it did in the original game, and it's looking like something of a guarantee that this will continue to be the case in Part 3 as well. After all, they're the creators of the black materia, which means they're inherently much more important to the lore. While in the Remake trilogy, Cloud and Co. also lied to Gi Natak's face when they told him that they would bring the black materia back to him and the tribe, something they obviously have no intention of doing, given the fact that the Gi want to destroy the planet. So what exactly is that going to lead to in the third game? That the Gi will return is looking like a sure bet, but it also seems safe to assume that they're going to be pissed at the party, to say the very least. They're going to continue their hunt for the black materia, so given that their goals are more or less aligned with Sephiroth wants to do, are we headed to a deadly alliance between them? Will we fight the weapons? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth introduces these mass...
If you even have to ask that question, obviously we're going to fight the weapons. I'm okay with these guys, with these new entities, but I'm hoping that they are some other kind of weapon, and that the real weapons are waiting for us at the crater.
Creatures created by the planet itself to protect it. Sensing that such a danger is looming on the horizon, at this point in the Remake's trilogy, some of them have awakened, and at several points in the story they have an important role to play. That they return in the third game is obvious, but will they end up playing the same role they did in the original game? In the original, thanks to a magical barrier erected by Sephiroth, they are unable to sense his presence and instead go on a rampage, targeting locations with the highest Mako concentrations, which of course happen to be densely populated urban hubs like Midgar and Junon. To stop them, Cloud and company end up having to take them on in battle and defeat them. Given how epic boss fights against them would be if properly realized in the remake's trilogy, the developer might not want to change their role too much. But perhaps towards the end of the story, instead of being destroyed, they might work against Sephiroth? Just as an example, if the Gi do indeed end up allying with Sephiroth,
it's fucking epic, man.
maybe
It's pretty
they can
awesome.
help even the odds for the
Yeah,
good guys.
I think this is gonna be way more hype the next time
Hey,
around.
did you know that we had Gaming Bolt up?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. That was an alright video, considering, at least questions-wise. We'll see. We gotta replay it again. We'll start feeling it out. And I may replay it before I play 16, just to get it the fuck out of the way. Not out of the way like, brr, but because it's in my head. And maybe it would be doing a disservice to Rebirth to leave that lingering. And if I play 16 and then switch back to that, it may fuck me up a little bit. I can wait. I mean, I can wait. You missed the spooky things. I'm out of here. We were watching some stuff, doing a little bit of analog horror. Watched a little occult, and I was just wrapping up the day. I don't know if I'll be back here tomorrow. I'm not sure. I may move myself over to Twitch now that my suspension has ended. I know I'm the worst. I'm sorry. What a son of a bitch. I may hang here tomorrow. We may watch this other Shiraishi movie that I have chilling in my queue. I gotta vibe it out though. I may change my mind in a couple of hours. But thank you for popping in, Ren. Yeah, that's crazy. That's good that I'm getting recommended.
Upload new videos every.
Well, I'll probably be back here tomorrow. We can get into some ridiculousness. Because I do still have a ton of Mr. Manicore that I want to catch up on. At least the rest of that part before I transition over to Twitch. But I think it's mostly been our Twitch peeps watching here, so it won't be the biggest loss. Okay. Well, let me get out of here before frickin' I get lost in something else. I gotta go take care of Jenny anyway. She's been chilling here, and I haven't seen a ton of her because everything has been insane and all over the place. But I'll be around. I'll be in Discord, and I'll yell about what we're gonna get into if I don't have too crazy of a day. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Yeah, and I gotta plan out what we're gonna do. Yeah, for sure, Ren. I don't know, man. I don't know. We got a queue of stuff. Shit. Okay, well, I'm gonna scoot. I'm gonna go. Viscera, have a good one. Ren, have a good one. Lurkers, sleepers, everybody else. I will see you later. Much love. Bye.